All right. Let's get a handle on this live streaming thing again. What do we got here? Okay, there's the button. I found it. What's up? Vosh perfectly on time, as he always is, you know? I got a haircut. Nice. I'm proud of you. Well done. Well done. Well done. What's live streaming? I don't know. Holy fuck, the video is harrowing. What video? ATR 72 crash in Brazil. 41 minutes. Uh-oh. What just happened? Plane crash. Full-on plane crash. Is that a commercial plane? Or I don't know planes. ATR 72? ATR 72. Vopass ATR 72 crashes near Sao Paulo. It's because of DEI? Yeah, probably. Twin-engine turboprop short-haul regional airliner developed and produced by France. Oh, yeah, it's a commercial liner. Yeah? That's not good. A plane with the capacity to transport 68 people. It had 62 people. It happened a long time ago. Is a long time ago 30 minutes ago? Maybe to you Gen Z types. Sheesh. Yeah, that's not good. You don't want a plane doing that, I think. I feel. I'm not a flying expert, but yeah, I don't know about that one. Tailspins are a death sentence. Well, I mean, look at it. Jesus. Yeah, probably, right? Look at that. Why did this happen? Well, planes are supposed to go forward and a little bit up or a little bit down, and that's not one of the approved moves. So, yeah. It's just falling. It's not even like crashing. It's just all right. Hmm. The plane has two engines. Did both fail? That's not what happens when engines fail. Planes can coast if the engines fail. My guess is that there was something wrong with the wings, right? Like or something caused it to like spin or whatever. That was a stall. Wouldn't it coast? It looked like it was almost going straight down. Well, I don't know anything about planes. Maybe the rudder fucked up. Yeah, I really have no idea. Sort of my guesses on this are kind of immaterial to the actual situation at hand. Doesn't mean it was a mechanical problem, but definitely could be pilot error. I guess. I don't know what error would cause that. But again, I don't know anything. Any ideas on death toll? Well, the plane had 62 people aboard, so I'm going to guess 62 people died. That plane was falling pretty fast, you know? That was not in any way, shape, or form a controlled crash. You already said that, Benjamin. You asked me to tell you when I saw you repeat messages. That's the second time you said that. Do you want to accept the ban as we agreed? You said it was fair. Fair? That's what I thought. Good lad. Take it with grace. question whether or not I read everything. Hmm. Do you know how many Brazilian folks? Well, who cares about the nationality of the people who died? What the fuck? Listen, okay? Brazil is maybe next to America, the world's most international country, okay? When I think of Brazil, I think of a beautiful racial and ethnic plurality. When anything bad happens to Brazil, something bad happens to the entire world. That's what I think, okay? Also, everyone knows that Luffy is from Brazil, and he's our only hope at defeating the world government. One like equals one more soda pop can in the robot guy. Or something. Goku too? No, Goku is Mexican. Let's not get it twisted, okay? Big Nazi march in Croatia? No kidding, huh? Yep, that looks pretty straightforward. I have good news for all of you. Thankfully, this is in Croatia, so nothing of value is being lost anyway. And they're no threat to the rest of us. Croatia is nice. Found the Croatian. You say that, but how did World War I start? Archduke... The band Franz Ferdinand? What do you want? That was in Bosnia. Well, we don't have archdukes anymore. That's not a thing anymore. That was in Bosnia, silly. Same thing. How do this many young people get radicalized? Okay, in shithole non-countries like Croatia, where they have nothing and nothing matters and there's no hope for the future and everyone's balding, it's really, really easy to convince these guys. Like, actually, the only way forward would have been... Remember when the Nazis were, like, taking over all of Europe? What if we had been a part of that and we had, like, finished the Holocaust or whatever, and then we would have been great somehow? Somehow. That's it. It's literally like there are brown people. First of all, again, it's Croatia to begin with, okay? But like, oh, if only they had finished the job. Croatia was part of that. Oh yeah, they had plenty of collaborators, 100%. They were part of the Holocaust. Yeah, that's why I said finish the job. I'm aware of that. We wanna, you wanna, come on. Slavs forgetting the Nazis hated them too. Well, yeah. I mean, they would have been up next. The whiter Slavs got a pass for a bit, but remember, the long-term plan was like Aryan Germanic conquest, and that's not one that, you know, these are not Germanic Aryans, I'll say. All Balkans are the same, apparently? Yes. The Ostasi were some of the most brutal SS collaborators. They were so bad the actual Nazis feared them. It's the more pathetic a group of people are, the easier it is to convince them that the only way they can feel good about themselves is to attach themselves to a greater power, you know? A country that could always be crushed by I mean, it's Croatia. They could be crushed by anything. You should look up the Ustase. They were really, really bad. I don't know. We all want to show off our little historical tidbits right now, okay? I don't think you got to follow, okay? We know. It's Croatia. Why do you think it's a shithole? It's a nation state so corny that it's shaped after the first letter of its name. It's fucking embarrassing. Because Yugoslavia collapsed. Well, I mean, you have to... The same thing happened with the Soviets, in the sense that, like, they did nothing to meaningfully fix the massive internal ethnic tensions. You know what I mean? Like, we're seeing it with Azerbaijan as well. It's like that you keep a plug on it for a bit, but the nanosecond everything falls apart, everyone goes back to being Hitler again. Nothing was fixed. Tito was based. Tito wasn't based. Tito was impressive in some respects, but he didn't fix anything. You know, he did back then what Turkey is doing now. You know, or they're trying to be like the bridge between the East and the West. Can the Alan Cook stop adding me with every post? We need to... I woke up. I have not had enough calories today, okay? I had 1 yogurt instead of 2. Thoughts on benevolent dictators? Not a real thing. Want to watch a whip smart fella discuss the UK riots for 30-ish minutes? I don't know, Comrade Champ. Have you seen me watch a 30-minute video from a person who's just explaining stuff to me in the recent past? How are they not a real thing? How's what not a real thing? What did I say? Benevolent dictators? They're not a real thing. They're not a real thing. What do you want? What do you mean? Are we not materialists here? People aren't just like good circumstance. It's like you don't have good guys and bad guys. There are material forces that dictate the direction that nations, that people, that everyone takes. You know, we're all caught up in currents. Dictatorships are not a system that doesn't produce good men. You know, you can have the best intentions in the world. It doesn't matter. Lenin is a perfect example of this, man. Lenin wrote good theory. I don't think Lenin's stupid. I don't think Lenin went into the revolution with like malicious intentions. I don't think he was rubbing his hands together going like, haha, and when we take power, I will kill the anarchists and destroy everything. Yeah, but power gets to you, you know? The moment it became more convenient for him to consolidate power, even if it meant betraying former allies or his principles, he did. It doesn't matter if you have a benevolent person who is a dictator. Dictatorship cannot be benevolent. The system can't be. Was Mao stupid in your opinion? Kind of, yeah. Yeah, kind of. I mean, he was good at guerrilla warfare, but holy shit, man. Oh my god, after the war was over. Wacky guy, yeah. What was Mao cooking? Sparrows, I assume. What do you think about Muammar Gaddafi and Huey Long as leaders? Gaddafi was evil. Huey Long was never like the leader of Huey Long never had the power to like enact his grand design of 100% employment because everyone gets paid under the table doing nothing work, guarding a warehouse where the contents have already been stolen by another person who's directly related to Huey Long. We never got to see his vision play out. Did Gaddafi do anything good because I hear so many leftists praise him? No, he did nothing good, basically. Well, no, hold on. Gaddafi was basically the world leader equivalent of a clout chaser. He would appeal to anyone, do anything, say anything. He tried to do the like Yugoslav Tito game of playing different groups off each other and failed. The only reason leftists like him is because they think Hillary Clinton killed him and they don't like Hillary Clinton. That's it. He was not good. He also wanted to dismantle Switzerland. Well, a stop clock. What about Castro? Why are you? What is this? 20 questions? How many times have we been over this? Don't I have one half of a my opinion on everything video? Ugh. All right, we're feeling goofy today. And by we, I mean you. I'm annoyed with you. What are we on about? Newsom becoming more conservative, I guess. This isn't new. You can't be governor of California without hating homeless people. Here he is virtue signaling his hatred of the homeless by personally going down and stealing the personal possessions of homeless people, euphemistically referred to as cleaning up an encampment. Thanks, man. Yeah, you can't run for office in California unless you hate the homeless. That's the only shot forward. He has a nice fit though. He's wearing slim jeans and a black t-shirt. What are you talking about? Just saying anything? You're just saying that because he's in decently good shape for a politician. Meanwhile, Wall's family on homelessness.
Social worker. She works at the homeless shelter in Bozeman, and she's a ski instructor at Big Sky.
Wow.
Aw.
She's a social worker. She works at the homeless shelter in Bozeman, and she's a ski instructor at Big Sky.
Wow.
What a good dad. Are you a popcorn at the movie guy, or do you watch him snackless? I get pretzels. Popcorn is not a very good... Popcorn isn't a great snack if you're watching a movie because like you get butter on your finger. I think it's fine at home, but at the theater you get like the butter on your fingers and you have to look down to kind of like proportion the amount of popcorn you get in a grasp without getting butter everywhere all over your palm. And you know, it's yeah, they get cold too quickly. I don't know. I think a warm pretzel is good, you know? Just like a nice, it only lasts about 5 minutes. You don't want to spend the entire time looking down at your hands or whatever. What about nachos? A little risky, but sure, yeah. Who eats popcorn with butter? What do you can't keep doing this to me, chat. You can't keep trying to gaslight me by taking perfectly ordinary things and then being like, who does that? You can't, like, you have to deal with your idiosyncratic attitudes on common day-to-day occurrences on your own, okay? Also, can we be real here? All right? Popcorn drops like 3 rankings in the food tier list purely on account of getting kernels stuck between your teeth. That shit sucks, and it only happens with popcorn. There's no other food that has like 99.9% of it is soft and tasty, and then it randomly has things that are optimized to stick in your teeth. If I get shit stuck in my teeth during the movie, that's going to distract me the entire movie. Like, if I get a really bad kernel stuck, like it's really lodged in between my like canine and the tooth next to it, like, that's going to fuck up the movie viewing experience quite a bit because now I'm really distracted by it. I don't want that at all. You know, again, I would rather just have a soft pretzel. Nothing can go wrong with that. That's why you're supposed to swallow it whole and not chew it. That's true. What do pretzels taste like? I can't seem to find any here in Sweden. What are you talking about? You're closer to Germany than I am by like thousands of miles. I promise you they have pretzels here. Is that like a thing? Do Swedes not have soft pretzels or like soft pretzel bread with salt? I don't know. Yes, it's hard to find pretzels in Sweden. That's weird. Soft pretzel with beer cheese is fucking goated. You know, I'll say, okay, before we get to the actual politics, I'll just say, I've been haunted by a memory. Right before the pandemic, I got some Campbell's soup. Because the Campbell's chunky soup sometimes is pretty good. I saw some non-chunky Campbell's soup, and it was beer cheese flavored. And I like beer cheese. I had it. It was really good. It was like beer cheese with bacon bits. It was really, really, really good. It was like 350 calories for a bowl of the stuff, and it was still pretty rich, you know? But then, and this was like right before COVID. Then COVID hit, and in accordance with the economic downturn and reduced consumption, Campbell's scaled back the number of products they put out, including the beer cheese one. And now we don't have it anymore. And I haven't been able to find it for years. I'm sure I could find it from somewhere else, but I want that beer cheese soup. What the fuck is beer cheese? It's like a German dipping sauce that you get with pretzels and some other stuff. It's really good. It's like it's like I'm trying to think. Imagine like queso dip, like for nachos, but it's a little bit darker and grainier. It has a richer flavor. It's not just like plastic cheese, you know, and it has kind of like that acidic tang that you get with like things that have been beer basted, that kind of thing. It's really good. I think everyone would like it if they tried it. I don't think it's like a acquired taste at all. Beer battered, not best. Okay, beer battered. Thank you. Yeah, I was mixing up maybe different things. I'm near Germany. I've never heard about. You've never heard about beer cheese? You're near Germany? Okay, I don't know. I haven't gotten beer cheese in the nations surrounding Germany before, so I don't know how easy it is to get it. I just feel like that should be easy. You know, you can make your own crock pot, right? No, I know that. I know that. It's just that specific, like $2 for a can, 350 cal of beer cheese soup that's filling. I mean, I want that, you know? I know that if I make it, I'm going to make it like 6,000 calories a cup. Beer cheese is not a real German thing. Is that true? Okay, hold on. Beer cheese dip Wikipedia. Beer cheese spread, sure. A cheese spread commonly found in Kentucky. Oh, wait, this is the spread. Hold on. Let's look at beer cheese. Well, I'll be. Wait, pub cheese? No, that's a similar thing, but not quite the same. It's a mass-produced product in the United States? Hall's Beer Cheese, a beer cheese spread made in central Kentucky. Okay, you'll have to forgive my misconception. Beer cheese in my life, whenever I get beer cheese, it's at a German restaurant that goes hard into the lagers and the pretzels and stuff, you know? It's always with pretzels. Okay, I guess I just assumed that it was a... Yeah, it could be a German-American thing. Like, just because something was made in America doesn't mean that it can't be, like, German-inspired, right? There are lots of foods that have foreign inspirations here in America. Like, Chinese-American food is totally different to Chinese food, but it's obviously still Chinese-American. It's called Obatsta? Authentic German beer cheese dip from Bavaria. Oh, see, this looks... Okay, this looks right. Hold on. Yeah, like this. Yeah. Bavaria. That's as German as it gets. There we go. I don't know if this is real. Okay, I do know Obatsta. Yeah, okay, there you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Okay, okay. We don't claim Bavaria. Sorry, they claim you. So I guess we just kind of call it beer cheese over here, pissing off all the Germans with the claim that Bavaria is part of Germany. Jesus Christ, look at what they're throwing out here. Fucking Bavarians, man. Grab my free guide, Eat Like a German. Do you want to cook and eat more German food, but you're not sure where to start? I really don't, actually. Sorry, Germany's not known for its cuisine. Unlike every other country that it borders. Not every country, I guess. Poland is also not known for their cuisine. Poland food is greasy as shit, man. It's like saying Texas is the most American. It is. Like, objectively. I love greasy food. Yeah. Vosh on a mission to piss off everyone. I'm sorry, but Germany isn't Mediterranean enough to have the good food. As we all know, good food in Europe and I guess the Levant and Northern Africa, it all comes from the magical fairy dust that emanates from the Mediterranean and blows over the villages on the coast every night. It's the Mediterranean sea air that makes you cook well and gay and lazy. And that's why Southern Italy is the way it is. That's why Spain is the way it is. That's the reason why Turkey is the way, like, it fits everything. Greece, I mean, my God. Poland has a lot of femboys. Not really. Poland has a lot of fascists, and fascists like to talk about femboys because they're repressed homosexuals who can only express their interest in the dynamic of traditional heterosexual dynamics, you know, even if you're dealing with two guys. There's a reason why fascists are obsessed with femboys and Astfolo or whatever the fuck anime, you know, thing that looks like a prepubescent girl but is actually an 18-year-old boy or whatever the fuck, you know? What about Finland? What about Finland? That's my question. What about Finland? If I go to Poland, can I turn a fascist into a femboy then leave? You misunderstand. They obsess over them. They're not them. Besides, femboys, man, regardless of how they may exist in the real world, femboys online have stinky energy. You know what I mean? It's like the good path, bad path, like the castle on the hill versus the evil castle. And the castle on the hill is just become a trans chick. And the evil castle is like ooh nya femboy twee culture, which is like 50% of you are Hitlerites, and none of you wash your assholes, which is inconvenient considering your sort of sexual alignment. Oh, this is very transphobic, TBH. I'll give you a shot. Tell me how. I mean, you can go check out, like, femboy culture online, man. That shit is curse as fuck. It is real bad. It ain't good. I forget who I was responding to. They answered they were JK. Who was I responding to? It's not important. That's probably true. All right. Nice. Lost in the rolled high on stealth, back in the crowd. I interacted with femboy culture for a while. Half of them are eggs, the other half are fascist aligned. Yep. It's pretty funny how that works out, huh? $20 on the stealth check. Actually, in D&D 5e, for normal rules, you don't get the critical effect on ability checks. A 20 would actually be a pretty low roll. You know, you can easily get expertise on stealth as a rogue. You're hitting like 18 dex plus 4 to the modifier. You say plus 3 to proficiency, so plus 6 expertise. You're rolling like 26s, 27s in a high roll. 20 is not a low roll. Really depends. Depends on how fucking perceptive the streamer is, huh? You're rolling against my wisdom, which is very high. Allegedly. All right. Yeah, but I'm throwing out the active rolls, Flavier. Can you react to this guy's opinion of what should happen if Republicans refuse to certify and attempt to steal the election? No. I'm not going to watch an 18-minute video with 6,000 views where I react to someone who I don't even know that I disagree with. I appreciate you trying to get me to give attention to someone who may or may not be a good content creator, but that's not how this works. Silently watch a video for 3 minutes. I agree with this point. Continues playing. No, I don't think so. Of course, Flavier. Can we please cover something in the title? You don't want to waste 30 more minutes? For fun? Why are you so negative against Eastern Europe? I mean, it's probably because it sucks. It's like just a shitty part of the world. I'm not blaming you. You kind of got double teamed by the Nazis and the Soviets. Like it's you know, like historically, like I have been down on the, you know, social politics of West Africa. You know, I'm not like out here deluding you guys with that standard campus line of actually every part of the world where the median income is $4 a day is a progressive haven of proletariat, you know, like Marxist sympathizers to be. I don't do that. But yeah, Eastern Europe is definitely a little bit behind the grade, at least compared with us. I want Africa to be so much better. I want everything to be better, you know? Africa, the Eastern Europe of Afro-Eurasia. Do you include Poland in Eastern Europe or not? Yes, of course. Absolutely. Anyone who says otherwise is cope. That's some fucking like that's some Slavoj Žižek-esque, actually the Balkans start just to the, you know, southeast of me. Do you consider Finland Eastern Europe? Don't be stupid. That's the second time you've posted that, Nathan Crazy. Did you think I didn't see it the first time? We're going to be a lot harsher with these rules in the future, okay? It's going to go from hour bans to day bans to week bans. You motherfuckers need to learn. You never learn. Why is double posting a problem? Paladin David, use your head just for a second. Just for a moment, I ask of you. You know, why is spamming bad? How about double texting? That's fine. Oh my God. Folks, are we winning? How is the 3-day special military operation that isn't a war going? So, I thought they would just be in there for a hot second. I guess Ukraine's in here to stay for a little while, having a wacky time. You know, I have to say, Russia's not doing as good of a job defending Kursk as they did the first time. The first time, the body count, what was it, in the 6 digits? This time, it looks like they're rolling over. Russia declares a federal-level emergency in the Kursk region following a large-scale incursion from Ukraine and sent reinforcements there on Friday, 4 days after hundreds of Ukrainian troops poured across the border in what appears to be Kyiv's biggest attack on Russian soil since the war began. Nice! Yeah, let's take a look at the UA map. Having fun over there, huh? It seems so. All right, where are we at? Which of these dots? Pardon me for my my poor geography right now. I cannot identify at a glance the Kursk region. Oh, I think I identified at a glance the Kursk region. It's the part with all the blue in it for some reason. There we go. Ah, you love to see it, folks. God damn. Ukraine is the first country to march troops into a nuclear-armed country. Those Ukrainians, very brave, you know? Showing us what Eastern Europeans are capable of. That's what I'd like to... Some of you people in chat, you just get down on it. Oh, I am from Greece. I am upset at your characterization. Well, why don't you go march troops into Kursk? Maybe that would change my opinion. Striking the aviation ammunition depot at the Lipatsk 2 airfield resulted in destruction. I don't think this is in Kursk, is it? Well, either way, you know, we love our destroyed airfields. It takes ages to repair an airfield. You know why? Your plane can't take off unless you've got a clean, smooth runway. You gotta repave everything. You've got to wait for it to dry. I mean, it takes a while to get the equipment set up there. You need the resources. It takes a while. God damn. Vaporizing Russian convoys. No ki- Oh. Yeah. Drone footage of the Ukrainian HIMARS strike that destroyed a Russian convoy, causing dozens of casualties last night in Rilsk, Kursk Oblast. Yeah, that looks... Damn. That looks like, That looked about as clean as you would get from like one of those Call of Duty between mission, easy peasy, have some fun with it, here's the tech to show off kind of missions. You know what I mean? Normally you don't get something that looks quite that clean cut. Jesus Christ, that looks like a fucking visual effect, you know? Good Lord. Jesus. How much counteroffensive do you think is justified by Ukraine? I say we let them take Moscow. You know, I mean, let's not be spoil sports about this. Russia can keep Siberia. Ukrainian armed forces control the Sutsa gas metering station in Russia. Nearly 50% of all Russian gas exports to the EU flow through this station. It's the only operational Russian gas pipeline supplying the European market. How much natural gas goes to the EU these days? I mean, how, like, at this point, there have been cutbacks, right? I mean, how much is actually going through? I don't actually know. Yeah, much less than before, but probably still a decent amount, I imagine. Hungary gets the bulk of it. Shut it down. Shut it down immediately. Hungary benefits from it. Shut it down. Destroy it. I don't understand why you want to hurt Russia so badly. Forest Shade, are you stupid? Googling what has Russia done the past 3 years. What do you expect to happen if they were to, quote, take Moscow? Don't be an idiot. They're not taking Moscow. Russia needs to feel a little bit of pressure on its borders. They need to sweat it out a little bit. Otherwise, when is this war going to end? Every dipshit grifter in the West, everybody who believes we live in a multipolar era, even though China's economy is stalling, they're going through a housing market crisis that might legitimately stall out the entire country, and they're going through like an aging population crisis. Russia is nothing now. There is no multipolarity. We are the pole. There's one pole on this world, okay? And it's me, Ian Koczynski. And I'm here to tell you, as the one pole, multipolarity is fake. But every grifter here in the West, they're out here telling you, like, why don't we push for peace with Moscow and Ukraine? Well, I ask you, what do you think is going to happen if they just stop the fighting right now? That's right, Russia's just going to do it all over again. They're just going to do what they did the last 50 times, which is ignore the tenets of the peace agreement. Like, what downside would there be for Russia to do that? Like, what incentive is there for them to abide by those agreements? We know they break every deal they can. They do not give a shit, and they're already geopolitical enemies with the West. Like, what would the consequences be? I ask you. It'd be like there are none. And it's not a coincidence, by the way, that basically every single peace deal that Russia posits, that every peace deal that Russia agrees to, for one, they lose no territory. And for two, Ukraine has to disarm and like divest from the West, like, hey, we're willing to stop the fighting, but we don't lose anything. You do lose stuff, and the stuff you lose is specifically like your ability to defend yourself in the future. That's what you're losing, Ukraine. Like, come on, let's be real here. The only way this war is actually ending, actually ending, is if Russia can't do it anymore. What is the online left's obsession with multipolarity? American diabolism. They're only like they're incapable of geopolitical analysis beyond America bad, so they think that any other nation developing, the chops to fight or defend themselves, even if the fighting is being done for explicitly fascistic blood and soil type reasons, like it's part of multipolarity, It's all the plot. Do you think multipolarity is a good idea, though? Militarily? No! When does that ever work? Hey, you know what would be great? Multiple gigantic military empires fighting over territory through proxies. Was the Cold War... The Cold War was the closest we've ever gotten to multipolarity in the modern era. Was that an era of peace? Oh, I remember back when there were not just one, but two superpowers fighting over the world, and then everything was fine. God, no! What I want is economic multipolarity. Economic multipolarity. I want big, heavily intertwined trading blocks to form mutual reliances, so that warfare between those blocks would be ruinous to everyone. This is the reason why we're currently we're seeing Russia engage in this war with Ukraine, but not China with Taiwan, at least not yet, because China's economy is deeply intertwined with ours. War with China would be globally ruinous, but Russia has been so broken and weakened and so reliant exclusively on like fossil fuel exports for its economy, which are a lot more resistant to this kind of mutual intertwining. They don't lose as much when they go to war, which is why they've been able to hold themselves together for a while in spite of the incredible poverty of the nation, through all the sanctions. Isn't that why protectionism has dangerous implications? Yes, I am a firm denier of protectionism in developed nations. If you're developing and trying to protect your own industries from foreign competition, sure, fine, that's good. I'm cool with that. People are saying they're the same, economic and military, and people say the moon landing was faked. What are you going to do? Listen to everyone and everything they say? Come on. Look at the UK, perfect example of what economic protectionism does to a developed country. Yep. The military is created and funded with money, so yes, they're closely connected. Everything's funded with money. So what, the economy is everything? Economy and erectile dysfunction are the same because you buy Viagra with dollar bills? Shut up, Jesus. No. Economic multipolarity can be done in a friendly sense. Economically, we trade and engage with Mexico, Canada, China, the European Union. We do this with lots of countries. We have robust trade relations with most countries on Earth. Very robust, to the point where it wouldn't be beneficial to us to go to war with them just because the instability would cut out the market. That wasn't the case with Russia. We didn't have that economic entanglement, you know? Sorry, I don't mean to snap. It's just this misconception bothers me a lot when people think like the fate of big nations is to fight. It's not true. If that's the case, why haven't we gone to war with China? Why haven't we gone to war with the European Union? You know? Well, the European Union's interests and ours are aligned. So are China's! Economically, America and China have been buddy-buddy for a long time. Obviously, both of our nation's leaders, like, pretend, you know, we banter back and forth. There's competition. Sure, sometimes there's agitation. But for the most part, we're so connected, it's to our benefit. Mutual stability is to our benefit. You think China wants America to collapse? Do you have any idea how much USD China's holding? Do you have any idea how much debt we owe China in USD? The collapse of the dollar would destroy China. It would be ruinous for them. $10? At least $10. It's another one of the reasons. This is another thing that people get wrong all the time. They say, oh, America owes too much debt to other nations. Bullshit, motherfucker. If they hold our debt, they're invested in our economic well-being. What's that saying, you know? If you owe someone $10, that's your problem. If you owe someone $20 trillion, that's their problem. You know? Now all you know, you owe them $10, that's one thing. You owe them 20 trillion, now they're very invested in making sure you don't go bankrupt. What happens if you go bankrupt? They don't get their 20 trillion. People just have no idea how macroeconomics works, Vosh. They confuse it with their own personal finances. Yeah, it's the same like I manage the government budget the same way I manage my family budget bullshit, where people engage in this like anti-intellectual, oh, well, you know, debt is bad on a family level, so at a nation level, it's also bad. Bullshit. That's fine on a national level. You just have to make sure that the debt that you accrue does not exceed the point where you can sort of assuage the confidence of the lenders. If you end up racking up so much debt that people start to doubt your ability to like parse it later, that's an issue. But thankfully, this is the strongest economy of any nation in the history of the world. So we're doing okay. We can leverage that debt. That debt is important. It allows us to make deals. China wants us to be economically healthy because if we aren't, our money isn't worth shit in the debt that they hold. Yeah, like the debt clock stuff. Total bullshit. Isn't China economically stable because of its giant foreign reserves? That's a huge part of it. And that's one of the reasons why they don't want war with us. Those foreign reserves aren't worth jack shit if we collapse. I'm not kidding, US debt is special because of dollarization. Yeah, it does help that the dollar is literally the global reserve currency. Well, Godspeed to Ukraine. By the way, Ukraine is now 25 kilometers removed from the Kursk nuclear power plant, aka in range of tube artillery. I think they should pay Russia back for Chernobyl. What do you guys think? I think that's like the way forward. I think that's a sane and sensible direction to take this whole dynamic, you know? Nah, obviously not. They have to be careful with that. No, I'm not cool with that. I'm not either. It was a joke. I don't think Ukraine should spitefully blow up nuclear power plants. Though it is worth noting that even if a nuclear power plant does get blown up, that doesn't mean that it, like, goes off in a nuke. That's another thing people think that's not true. Just a dirty bomb? There's no bomb. Nothing blows up. You just get a bunch of irradiated material. They should use the gay bomb from America. On Russia? What effect would that have? I saw this video. Pretty crazy. Always with the damn music, man.
Українська армія вміє дивувати і вміє досягати результатів. І це демонструє поле бою, де наші воїни не лише вистояли проти.
What does a future ideal Russia look like to you? Say they have a catastrophic defeat against Ukraine and unconditionally surrender. Whoa, hold on. I don't think Russia is going to unconditionally surrender under any circumstances. I mean, my hope would be that past a point. So I don't think that Putin is necessarily a rational actor. So Russia is an oligarchy. The needs and well-being of the people are largely irrelevant. They are, you know, their media is state-controlled. There's a heavy level of control from the Kremlin, right? We're not talking about, like, them being beholden necessarily to the people, right? It's all kind of a farce. So within that, like, purview, you know, communism? No, that is not communism. The only people whose opinions really matter then are the oligarchs and military leaders, of course, you know, people with that kind of power. Now, I genuinely think that what Putin has done with Ukraine was a largely prideful decision. He's been chosen by the oligarchs as the guy to lead Russia because he's the one who kind of has, like, the mandate of the masses, insofar as that's something they're capable of wielding, right? Popularity matters until it doesn't. And I think that what he's done here is prideful to a ruinous point. And I think that since the war began, and probably increasingly with time, there are plenty of other leaders and oligarchs who are getting sick of Putin's sort of, like, regardless of whether or not Putin himself is fucking up or whether it's his military leaders or whatever, this is messing up business, right? It is difficult to conduct business in Russia right now. And I think that a lot of the oligarchs are willing to take that on trust, like, okay, this will resolve itself eventually and then things will go back to normal. But eventually that's not the case. They need stability to make the money, right? Or at least they need open markets, and the sanctions are ruinous for the oligarchs who have their worth tied up in, you know, in Russian industry, business, and what have you. So it's a problem for them. My hope is that given enough time, Putin is either pressured into stopping this, like properly stopping, not just doing like a fake peace deal, or he gets replaced. Could be either or. Who knows? That's my hope. A coup? I mean, you know, Prigozhin bitched out, but sure. I mean, whatever. Who knows how it's going to go down? That's my hope. I don't think that we ever see peace as long as Putin is still in power doing what he is doing, you know? A coup doesn't necessarily mean what will replace him will be better. Yeah, but what motivation would there be in the, you know, this war having gone on for like 3 years? What would the motivation be to have a coup, which would mean like assuaging all of the oligarchs? You would have to do a bunch of behind the scenes coordinating. You'd have to make promises that you would do a better job than Putin. Then you do a coup and it's like, I'm going to do the same thing but worse. Like, how does that fit? Like, I don't think the oligarchs are looking for someone to ramp this up into global nuclear war. I don't think the interest there is on that. That's the opposite of stability. My guess is that if anyone replaced Putin, they would be more conciliatory. If there was a coup, they would probably stop the war, but that doesn't mean democracy for Russia. There's not going to be democracy for Russia. Russia doesn't have a democratic civil society. They never have. That nation is literally never developed like a popular interest in democracy. I know that sounds kind of essentialist, but it's a cultural thing. And culturally, Russia has literally never had it. Same with China. Same with China. You need there like the forces that normalize democratic consideration within a country that make the people want to be in a democracy. That's not just an innate property of human beings. We don't default to that, you know? It's the product of material circumstances, and the material circumstances just, man, Russians have gotten fucked over time and time again when it comes to that, you know? There have been so many false promises, like over and over and over again. Lenin, of course, betrayed the revolution. Stalin was a mega tyrant. Even with Glasnost and all of the, like, you know, so-called democratization towards the end of the Soviet Union, it didn't really pan out. Soviet Union falls, like conditions collapse for Russians, things get worse. It looks like you might have a democracy for a bit, but no one really believes in it. Boris Yeltsin, kablamo, little state coup, Putin shows up, hello, and then democracy's done. They just don't. And what about Germany? Germany's had a democracy for, depending on which half of it you're in, either 80 years or like 35. China had hope for a time. Well, you know, they might have hope in the future. But yeah, at the moment, I don't think that Russia really has a civil society keyed in to the good of democracy, unfortunately. Exactly, Lowengram. Yeah, Germany has culturally valued democratic ideals and liberalism for a while back. You know, the Nazis were not. I'm not saying they're the exception to the rule, because that's not the case. That's not how history or politics works. But the Nazis were like an especially anomalous bump. You know, considering the circumstances. What's that quote from November, Caldwell Kelly? It's like, if you had gone back in time and you told somebody that there were two European nations, one of which was going to be the birthplace of Nazism and the other of which was going to be the birthplace of like the global communist movement, and you told them it was going to be Germany and Russia in that order, they wouldn't believe you. They would think the order was switched. That was Richard Evans? Okay, then she was paraphrasing him, but I'll take the quote either way. Yeah, I know nuts. I feel like a chunk of the Russian oligarchs are just ideological Dugonites who want this war until Ukraine is subdued so a new leader would continue it. Maybe some of them are, but at the end of the day, I really think they answer to their checkbooks. You know, I think that all wealthy people at the end of the day, no matter how ideologically consistent they may seem, are slaves to what makes them money. Look at Musk. Elon Musk could be funneling billions into Trump right now. But he backed off a mere 180 million purely because it would have been slightly economically disadvantageous for him to do so. And Elon Musk is a very aggressively loud Nazi, you know? He's out there retweeting Nazis all the time. So is Marx the exception? I don't know the exception to what? What is he an exception to? To Russian thought? I don't know what you mean. Marx wasn't Russian. I would not be so doomer about Russian civil society. I'm not trying to be doomer. I'm not saying that like the Russian mind is literally incapable of comprehending democracy. I'm not making any essentialist claims about the nature. Like most countries in the world, like most, I mean, are varyingly democratic at the best of times. If you went into like, I don't know, the Central African Republic right now and talked earnestly with people, do you think the average person there has like a strong tendency towards democratic rule? those people live in pretty poor conditions. They're probably hoping everyone wants their own strongman to fix things. That's the default, like, that's the I don't know, that's like the human political thought. That's like the first thing you default to. If things are bad, we want like a cool, strong guy to fix it. That's like the standard thought. There's a reason why democracy didn't even get normalized until like 200 years ago. And even then, varyingly, you know? It's just not the norm. For the most part, the easy thought is like, yeah, things are bad, so I want them to be better because a strong person fixes it, you know? That's like kind of the default. And until a very specific set of circumstances are introduced, you know, that kind of continues. Yeah, essentially, save me, daddy. Yeah. You telling me we're normally orcs? I mean, in the sense that, yes, sure, yes. Anyway, you know, just a little bit of geopolitical economy rambling. Why do we have so many people watching? We haven't even gotten to American politics yet. Hello! Hi! Quick summary in case some of you guys are new viewers. Essentialism is bad. You should never think that people are the way they are for any innate reason. Material forces are what dictate developments both in people's individual behaviors and in patterns of behaviors across larger, you know, nations, continents, whatever else. Across history and time, you know, we see patterns emerge in what forces lead to what outcomes, whether that be like capital influence or the accumulation of power in the hand of oligarchs or strongmen or whatever else. When it comes to Russia, there's nothing innately wrong with the territory they're on, I guess, except that it's pretty cold, a lot of it. That's not great, you know, in my opinion. And the fact that the people there just don't really have like a cultural tradition of democracy, you know? And again, that's not because they were too dumb to invent it or whatever. That's just how the dice rolls go sometimes. That's how it is, you know? Idiot Europeans didn't even know what a llama was until like the 17th century. Those morons, you know? Nowadays, a 2-year-old can tell you what a llama is because they saw it in like a cartoon or something. But, you know, those decrepit, mentally eroded 15th century Italians, they had no idea. They had to travel across the ocean to find some. I'm just saying, sometimes it comes down to the dice. What about drafts? I'm still not sure that they're real necessarily. Not entirely true, though. Russia's literally the birthplace of anarchism. I feel like you're looking for reasons to disagree with me. I'm not saying no one in Russia can think of democracy or democratic ideologies like anarchism. I'm only saying that there's not a broad cultural impetus towards it because it's not something they've experienced. There's never been democracy in Russia. Not really. Not really, you know. There have been some elections in Russia. Just because the USSR wasn't a liberal democracy before Stalin doesn't mean the Soviet worker councils were not more democratic than contemporary. All right, Red Rosa, we're not doing a little pivot to the red fascism bit, but no, the Soviet worker councils were not more democratic than even contemporary America, despite what Vash is saying. I'm sorry, they just weren't. They weren't meaningful democracies. You had parties which only some belonged to, and you picked cronies from them, usually through personal favoritism, whoever it most aligned with your ambitions in the region, and you had some motherfucker with no experience go run a shoe factory or whatever, okay? Like, it was democracy in a very selective, you know, very preferential sense. I mean, I'm sorry, in these so-called democratic Soviet worker councils, did the workers in the factory have the ability to vote out the party lead who was put in charge of their factory? Did they have the ability to contest the quotas that were placed on them? No? No, because it wasn't the democracy. Was it a nice shoe factory? Probably not. I mean, it might have been. I don't know. What, modern day America is a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie? Skelly communist, come on. This isn't a dictatorship. It's bourgeois democracy, not bourgeois dictatorship. You have to know the difference between the two. Come on. Come on. I know you've been around here long enough. We're not going to do that reflexive, oh, just because, you know, the bourgeoisie have the disproportionate control in this country, that means that, you know, if it was a dictatorship, why are billionaires everywhere, like, panicking and dumping tens of millions of dollars into PACs to get their preferred political candidates elected? And it still looks like it's coming down to the wire. This is very obviously a democracy, just a flawed one, a very flawed one. Not defending the status quo or anything, but like, come on, it's not a dictatorship. It just isn't. It could be. I mean, you know, if things go poorly. It's some kind of oligarchy at worst. I mean, you look at real oligarchies. Yeah, but society isn't controlled by the bourgeoisie in the same way that the proletariat control the society in a dictatorship of the proletariat, Skelly Communist. A dictatorship of the proletariat is one in which all social control is subsumed under the bourgeoisie, or sorry, under the proletariat as a class. That's not the case with the bourgeoisie. If that was the case, we wouldn't have a democracy at all. We would just have a purely oligarchical, like nothing matters except the outcome of the you know, the outcome of their decision-making process. Unfortunately for the bourgeoisie in this country, the dumb masses actually have quite a bit of power, you know? That's one of the reasons why they're constantly bowing over backwards to invent new talking points to desperately get hicks from the Midwest to vote for them, you know? Like, none of this would be necessary if we lived in a true oligarchy. All the, you know, you wouldn't have to bother with all of this 18-month election cycle nonsense if we really, truly lived in a dictatorship. You think it's convenient to the ruling class that they have to do so much to appeal to so many people? It takes a lot of work to run this country, and no one runs it completely, you know? It's not like Joe Biden right now has a full run of the gamut. And did he, you know, win only because, like, the bourgeoisie chose him? No, because if the bourgeoisie were just choosing themselves, they would have chosen Trump. They love that guy. The ultra-wealthy overwhelmingly vote Republican. You know, tax cuts. I'm just saying, we shouldn't fall into, like, easy narratives that challenge... we shouldn't fall into easy narratives that, like, make it feel as though we're challenging a common logic, but in reality, we're depriving ourselves of the ability to engage in a thorough analysis of the historical moment. You know what I mean? Right? You know, you know, I'm not trying to be overly contentious here. Except the CEO of LinkedIn, he's a Kamala stan. Well, that's nice. Dictatorship of the bourgeoisie for that guy specifically. I did that. The workers' councils were more democratic before the Civil War. They were multi-party democracies, but the Bolsheviks cooed the other parties out during the Civil War. Yep. The worker councils were actually democratic before the Bolsheviks took power. You know, it's, again, you know, Lenin in practice and Lenin in theory, two very different guys, you know? Lenin never wrote any theory about executing the anarchists who he fought the revolution with. But then you look at his actual historical record. That is what I was saying. Red Rosa, you said Soviet worker councils. They weren't Soviet until after the Bolsheviks took... It wasn't the Soviet Union until after that. You said Soviet worker councils. You were not referring to the pre-Bolshevik worker councils. You're not going to fool me. Soviet means worker council? Are you serious? Are you really doing this to me right now? Are you really engaging in pedantry? Worker councils existed before the Soviet Union existed. If a person says Soviet worker councils, I'm going to assume they mean the worker councils that happened after the formation of the Soviet Union. Why would I assume that because Soviet means worker councils, that I would think that by Soviet worker councils, they mean the worker councils that existed before Lenin fucked them up? Come on, guys. A little bit of pedantry, you know. I suppose that there was no such thing as a state before the United States. Like you said, if you said, like, oh, colonial New England, and then it was, oh, like the United States. Oh, well, obviously, because United States means state, that must have meant you meant the states after the United States. Come on. Voshwini is a minor miscommunication with chat. The pedantry gets me. The Soviets aren't determined by the existence or not of Bolshevism. The Soviet Union was a country, or I guess depending on how you want to go about it, an empire, a union of countries. Like the United States is a country. The United States of America, that existed only after the formation of more than one colonial state. The United States didn't exist merely with the 13 colony states. They had to be, the United States is a country. This is the worst argument I've ever heard. What did I do to deserve you guys? Vosh, the United States exist? Yes, and Soviet worker councils refers to worker councils that existed in the Soviet Union. Nobody would say Soviet worker councils to refer to pre-Soviet Union worker councils. Otherwise, you could just say worker councils. Or if you wanted to be more helpful, pre-Soviet Union, pre-Bolshevik worker councils. I meant pre-Soviet Union, my bad. It was a miscommunication because I speak Russian. Oh, I said, oh, okay, sorry, my apologies. Well, I couldn't parse your unclear language because of how much time I spend reading Capital. So, you know, to me, you're asking me to step down like 16 levels, basically. Like, so if there's any miscommunications in the future, it's because I'm engaging with, you know, doctoral theory in my mind. And then I step into the piss and shit ocean of VGG chat where I have to make sense of your cobbled together caveman sentences. All right, that's why. My apologies. Yeah, but the United States is actually a union of states. The Soviet Union wasn't a union of Soviets. You're trying, but I'm strong. I'm strong. I'm going to hold it together. I think that was a joke. Would it matter? Vosh, read the history. The Soviets predate the USSR by a decade. Jesus fucking Christ. The states predate the United States by more than a decade. If by Soviet you mean council, why would you say Soviet Worker Council when Worker Council already means Soviet? All right. We have to move on. I can't. You keep. This is the thing. Your incessant contrarianism. This is why you people need to learn. Okay, your knowledge is meaningless when it's funneled through your obstinate unwillingness to observe the current moment. You have factoids in your head, but you're too stupid to understand what I'm saying or what the broader momentum of the argument is. It's jibber jabber. You're throwing pointers out there. You're needling. You're poking me. You're poking me with a very long stick, and I respect the length of the stick. If I was going on a hike, I would look at the stick and say, cool stick, and pick it up and kind of try to swing at my friends with it. I get it. But I'm trying to stream right now, man. We got it from you. I don't engage in pedantry. That's not what I do. I do other annoying things. This started when you said something like Russian people most likely can't achieve democracy with it, which is kind of cringe. Lily Krem, you post way too often to be risking bans this confidently, okay? It would be devastating to you with your post count, all right? Oh my God, I made the point. Democracy, an interest in democracy and democratic civil society, these are cultural trends that don't exist in a vacuum. They have to be developed. Humans don't have like a strongman gene and a democracy gene, and then some like groups of people have more democracy in their blood. It's something you have to be keyed into, you know? By default, we run towards strongmen because strongmen are just socially easier to organize. Democracies are complicated. How do you get everyone's voice involved in a country of 100,000, a million, 10 million, 100 million people? It's very difficult. It's easy to go, oh, well, what if we just had a guy in charge? That's really easy in comparison. So we default to that. Every human society defaulted to that once we started reaching like the civilization game. Maybe in a tribal sense, we had varying levels of, I wouldn't call it democracy, let's say group input, but that was a totally different thing. We're talking very small group dynamics. Once we got to big group dynamics, you know, once we got to the point where you need to start like collecting taxes from people who are on the other side of the horizon, yeah, strong men were the default. And it took a lot of work to get the countries that are currently democracies to the point where we can think of them as democracies. The people in those countries had to work for the normalization of those attitudes. And once you get that ingrained in the culture, that sticks, you know? There's a very strong democratic trend, for example, within France. Like, read history. That doesn't mean French people can't be authoritarians. Look at the popularity of Le Pen. That also doesn't mean that people who believe in democracy can't be dipshits. Look at Macron, you know? But they do have, nonetheless, a strong cultural bias towards democracy as a form of government. It's not innate in French genetics, it's just historical circumstance, you know? It could change over time. I hope it doesn't, because I like democracy. I hope the French change in many other ways, but in the democratic sense, I hope they maintain that, you know? Russia's just not had an easy time about it, you know? I think you could fairly argue that if it wasn't for US occupation after World War II, Japan would probably not be a democracy today. What impetus would there be for it to be one? You know? Japan certainly never had a democratic tradition prior to our conquest of them following World War II. It's very possible they would have gone more of a, I don't know, pseudo-democracy. Well, maybe I shouldn't talk up Japanese democracy because they functionally had one party for the past, God, how long? 40, 50 years? I don't know, yeah. It kind of did the Taisho democracy of the 20s, which existed basically entirely, like this. That was the setup to the punchline, which was imperial fascism. People like what they know. I mean, people know what they know. I just said that, Fortnite. South Korea, too, transitioning out of dictatorship in the 70s. Yeah. Though a lot of that also has to do with the friends you've made, right? The fact that America is a democracy and we've like maintained a fairly steady relationship with these countries has mean we've had kind of like a dual impact where to begin with, we imposed dictatorship on them. We did that in South Korea. We did that in, well, we kind of did that in Taiwan. You know, we heavily backed the dictatorship. Because we liked using them like oppositionally against Red China. But then the continued relationship has ended up leading to a flourishing of democratic values in those countries, largely, in my opinion, because of trade relations. Taiwan is one of the most progressive and democratic places in all of Asia, you know, and they were a military dictatorship just 45 years ago. Which is pretty crazy. And a lot of that is because they've had a lot of cultural import. They're oppositional to mainland China, real China. They're not, Taiwan's not China. Let's be real. They're not, you know, it's Taiwan and China, okay? China, they're oppositional to China, which means that they have like a bias against some of the things they associate with China, including obviously one-party rule dictatorship, which they themselves had for a while, but now they don't. And they've gotten to be quite progressive and democratic. At least for now. They'll probably get invaded soon. Both they and China are annoying about it? Yes, that is true. Isn't this just basic revolutionary logic of prefiguration dual power? I mean, it goes before even that. It's just like literally material circumstances where people's political motivations are informed by the sort of like weight and power of different ideologies, their prominence, the extent to which they've been normalized, the difference between proletariat and lumpenproll. How willing are you to be like a soldier in the revolution, democratic or communist? Okay. This is why the American South is way more religious and anti-democracy than the North? Unironically, yes. Literally, yes. The South, for a wide variety of reasons that mostly have to do with like the fertility of the soil, ended up being the place where we got all the slavery and the plantations and what have you. Not all of it, I'm generalizing, just move along with me. And as a consequence of that, slavery as an economic system is way less democratic than the relatively more egalitarian, like labor-based and industrial-based building in the North. I'm speaking generally, but it's true. Slaves are undemocratic. Hopefully we can move forward with that statement without you all being contrarian about it. Did you know that worker tenants in the North were bad too? Shut up. Got ahead of you on that one. You know, the Confederacy happens. The Civil War happens. You know, to this day, the South is, in a lot of places, kind of a hyper-religious, racist shithole. I'm not one of those leftists who thinks that, like, you know, every person in the South is some sort of, like, you know, lost brother. They do this, like, weird proletarian pandering bit, usually from Yankees who don't leave their cities, where they're like, well, actually, when you shit-talk the South, you're shit-talking all of our comrades in Louisiana or whatever. And it's like, dude, go to the South. It is a shithole. You can say it. It's fine. You're allowed to say it. It sucks on, like, every level, man. It really does, except for the food. Except for the food. And I'm not crediting that to the white people in the South, who are the main reasons it sucks down there, by the way. Okay. Close this, close that, close all the links that I opened. Let me see. Okay, what is this? Joe Rogan, Tim Pool, and Nick Fuentes have made public statements against Trump today. Something is afoot. Low IQ analysis, as always. Joe Rogan endorsed JFK Jr., which is incredibly funny and very good for us. The kind of person who reflexively votes for JFK Jr. is probably not a person who is very politically knowledgeable. But the average Joe Rogan fan at this point was probably not like a diehard Kamala stan anyway. So did I say JFK Jr.? RFK Jr. You know damn well who I'm talking about. The meaning of the statement is preserved, you fucking pedants. I'm going to misspeak 17 more times in this segment now. See if you can catch all of them. It's going to be like a goddamn highlights magazine, okay? Can you find all the misspeaks? All right, anyway. We will. I know you will. Anyway, Joe Rogan endorsed RFK Jr. because he's an idiot and his fan base is full of contrarian conspiratorial idiots. This is the COVID vaccine denier caucus here. Tim Pool made statements critical of Donald Trump because he's a clout shark who cares more about stirring up controversy and broiling up drama, which leads to him getting views, than he cares about any kind of real-world political action. Same with Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes has continuously done things and said things that are detrimental towards the overall normalization of white supremacy and neo-Nazism in his political sphere. He does it because he wants to cultivate a cult-like following of weirdos just like him who donate and keep him afloat, and he wants that more than he wants other people stealing the limelight. The closest, or the best example that I remember of this was said by a former compatriot of Nick Fuentes, also a Nazi, who said that Nick Fuentes got his name big when he went up against TPUSA, led by Charlie Kirk, but over time, Charlie Kirk has gotten more and more openly Nazi himself. Charlie Kirk has openly dog-whistled white nationalist stuff. Like, it's not even remotely subtle. So Nick Fuentes responded to Charlie Kirk closing the gap between them by going off and doing his own weird shit, right? Like, he realized there was no longer a way to make a specific name for himself purely by dog-whistling neo-Nazism, because dog-whistling neo-Nazism is really common in the right-wing pundit space right now. If you want proof of that, by the way, right now, for some reason, and you can read into this however much you want, but here's a trend. A bunch of Republican grifters on Twitter. In 88 days, I'll be voting for Donald Trump and JD Vance. Who's with me? It could be a coincidence. I know it's all very smart. They're so intelligent, navigating the periphery of our awareness. No one is smart enough to know what this looks like. Joey Manorito, 88 days. Che Right Chick, libs of TikTok, 88 days. Yeah. You get it. You get it. This one's so obvious, though. It always was. Who was the person who was spamming something like it's 1350 days till Hillary Clinton somethings? It was the person who runs End Wokeness. Posobiec, yeah, something like that. They're not smart. They're stupid. Guys, they're dumb. Okay, think of it this way, okay? Imagine how stupid the average Republican grifter is. Now imagine how obvious they would have to be with their dog whistles for it to be picked up by the majority of their fan base. Like, think about that. One of the main reasons the alt-right on YouTube, as it existed back in 2019, 2020, stopped existing was because whenever people like Lauren Southern would dog whistle neo-Nazism, or to a lesser extent white nationalism, people in the replies of the YouTube video who are too stupid to dog whistle would just reply with like, yeah, the Jews. And for the most part, the alt-right YouTube accounts would either have to like disable comments, delete the comments that gave away the dog whistle, because they can all be used to support the argument that the channel itself is Nazi, right? So they were always in a battle with their own stupid audiences to try to, keep them from giving the game away. Whatever the case may be, the endorsement of RFK Jr. from Joe Rogan is incredibly funny. One second. Joe Rogan, RFK. The only candidate that makes sense to me. Has anyone seen the John Oliver bit on RFK Jr. yet? Yes? Well, presumably not all of you. It's good. You should watch it. He's a crank. By the way, John Oliver only went into like the really obvious stuff. In terms of like crankery and association with the far right, RFK Jr. goes way further than what is included in that video. I mean, I don't even think that John Oliver talked about the fact that that there was literally a leaked video of RFK Jr. getting a call from Trump and then being like, yeah, essentially we're together on this. It's crazy. I've watched the 4-parter Behind the Bastards on RFK. I'm all up in the lore. I really have to check that podcast out, even if they don't like me. He hangs out with Scott Ritter, known pedophile Scott Ritter. He doesn't attack people, he attacks actions and ideas, but he's much more reasonable and intelligent. I mean, the guy is an environmental lawyer and he cleaned up the East River. He's a legitimate guy. Oh, that's nice. Oh, they even referenced the John Oliver bit right here. That's prescient. He's the entryway to a leftist pipeline we still haven't constructed yet. John Oliver's doing God's work. John Oliver is a lot like Bernie Sanders in that the limitations of his work require him to tone things down to a level that's acceptable, either by mainstream political society or by, what can be allowed on YouTube and TV. Yeah, the furthest left you can be allowed to be on national TV. And to that point, he does a lot of really good work. A lot of really good work, yeah. You're right. Sorry. Scott Ritter is a convicted pedophile, not a known pedophile. He's known and convicted. You know, we don't want to stop at known there. Really, though, the endorsement of RFK Jr. is really, really, really good news because Joe Rogan does have a massive audience, again, for some reason. And RFK Jr. is probably going to drop out and endorse Donald Trump. I think that's very, very likely. RFK Jr. has... I mean, he's literally gunning for a cabinet position with Trump's administration, right? Much the same way that Donald Trump recently spoke at the Bitcoin conference. He's trying to gobble up all of these, like, weirdo, crank, conspiracy theorist, you know, independent types. And as a... Wait, Rogan is now panic tweeting that he didn't actually endorse RFK Jr.? Wait. Really? Are you fucking kidding me? For the record, this isn't an endorsement. This is me saying I like RFK Jr. as a person, and I really appreciate the way he discusses things with civility and intelligence. I also think Trump raising his fist and saying fight after getting shot is one of the most American fucking things of all time. Whoa. I'm not the guy to get political information from. If you want that from a comic, go to Comic Dave Smith. He knows what he's talking about. Dude, he bent the knee. Joe Rogan is such a fucking pussy. Literally in response to a tweet saying right-wing Twitter is shredding Joe Rogan for endorsing RFK Jr. He's not even doing it on his own. He's not even like making a tweet on his own saying, hey, just to clarify. He's literally clarifying for the sake of, you know, assuaging the concerns of the right wing. The same is true with Tim Pool's, with what? What did Tim Pool say? Oh, here. Okay, I'm voting for RFK Jr. now. He just tweets shit, dude. He literally, Tim Pool literally just randomly tweets shit. And then RFK Jr., because he's a stooge for the right wing, personally quote tweeted and said, I'm so grateful to you. And then Myron Gaines, the Nazi account, I don't know what's worse, him thinking this is real or aligning with Rabbi Shmuley in Israel when there's Zionist fingerprints all over his father and uncle's assassination. Oof, stepped in it. I'm voting for Trump. Haha. Yeah, it doesn't. Tim Pool's statements on Twitter don't correspond to anything. Gotta say, they're really not beating the weird allegations, though, you know? It's also straightforward on left Twitter, or even just in the left in general. You know, you support who you support. Meanwhile, the right grifters are all, like, dancing around, desperately trying to keep their audiences, while also not... Because at this point, like, if you look reasonably at people like, it's obvious with people like Nick Fuentes or Tim Pool, but even with people like Joe Rogan, how do you appeal to an audience that is deeply right-wing, but also deeply disenfranchised, or sorry, that feels deeply disenfranchised from establishment politics, which at this point, Donald Trump is obviously a part of, and it's really difficult to deny that without sounding like a hack. Like, you know, yeah, he's just a maverick from outside the system. Former President Donald Trump, multi-billionaire, the entire right wing is behind him uncritically with all support, that sort of thing. Politics gets a lot more difficult when you're just trying to make money, man. I really hope RFK Jr. does stay in the race funny rhetorician, though even if he endorses Donald Trump at the last possible second, I don't know how many of his supporters that's going to push over. Donald Trump responded personally? Wow, no wonder Joe Rogan was like, no, guys. I still think Donald Trump is based and red-pilled. My talking for 2 minutes about how I support this presidential candidate who perfectly aligns with my conspiratorial values. It doesn't, I mean, it's not an endorsement. Just like, please don't stop watching me. Please don't get my Spotify numbers down. Like the right-wing Bernie or bust? Yeah. I mean, how many supporters does RFK still have after the Bear Cub thing came out? Nobody who supports RFK Jr. cares about the Bear thing at all. You guys don't understand the median voter. You can't even begin to fathom the median voter. You have no idea. It's beyond you. You have no clue. What's the Bear thing? How have you guys missed this? You can educate yourselves. It's not my job to educate you, actually. How do I know that I'm not a median voter? Well, I've got good news. Questioning whether or not you're a median voter is usually a good sign that you're not one. Man. All right. Did you hear about how Kamala Harris has betrayed the revolution and is as, if not more, genocidal than Genocide Joe? You know, I saw this bit. Oh, dear Lord. Listen up. We're at a rally.
And look, as we move our nation forward, Donald Trump intends to take our nation backward. Just look at his Project 2025 agenda. Project 2025. I'm here because we believe in democracy. Everyone's voice matters, but I am speaking now. I am speaking now. You know what? If you want Donald Trump to win, then say that, otherwise I'm speaking.
A lot of people only posted the second half of this. Honest to God, I don't think it's nearly as bad as people are saying it is. I still think it's bad. I think she could have done a better job with the second bit. The context here is that prior to this rally, Kamala Harris actually met with the vice president of the Uncommitted National Movement. That's a group of a large number of is it Midwestern broadly, or is it just in Michigan? I think it's just in Michigan, actually. A large number of people who have committed to withhold their vote unless the Democratic candidate has a better position in Israel. Yeah, but like 100,000 people. It's a lot of people, you know? I think they're all over. I think that there's a lot of them in Michigan. A lot of them in Michigan. Anyway, before this rally, she actually talked with Laila Elabed. She took a photo with them, and she said that she wanted Kamala Harris to embrace an Israeli arms embargo. Elabed, who was invited by the Harris campaign to participate in the photo line, became emotional when she shook hands with the freshly minted candidates, breaking down crying as she explained she's Palestinian and how devastating the conflict is for her personally. Elabed described Harris as, quote, sympathetic, and walked away from the interaction with the impression the vice president had agreed to sit down with her group to discuss a weapons embargo. So my understanding is that before this rally, not only had one of the leads of the undecided movement met with Kamala Harris, and that Kamala Harris had been sort of amicable to the idea of an arms embargo, at least to talk about it. Like, look at this. So far, I know with the Harris campaign has reached out to the group's special meeting, and the White House moved quickly to make clear where the vice president stands, saying Thursday, Harris, quote, does not support an arms embargo on Israel. So whatever Harris did promise there was substantial enough that the White House had to move to go, no, 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 no. You know? She's in an awkward position because, yeah, she's not just a candidate for the presidency, she's also the current VP, which means that she has to really walk the tightrope, you know, when it comes to Yeah, because I'm a feminist, thank you. She really has to walk the tightrope on what she's allowed to say and what she's allowed to defend and what she's allowed to embrace. It's really difficult, especially when it comes to foreign policy stuff, because, you know, you're speaking a little bit more towards like federal level State Department stuff, especially in the current context where they might be a little bit more tight-lipped about their rhetoric. You know, she can't say much, but she made plans to speak with them in the future, and I believe she actually did have another meeting with them. Am I incorrect? Remind me if I'm misremembering, but did she not also meet with the movement to some limited capacity? Here, let me see if I can... Here we go, from Fox News. We trust them, don't we? Oh, wait, never mind. You have to sign up for Fox News now. That's crazy. Here. On Wednesday, Kamala Harris briefly met with, Laila El-Abed and Abbas Alawi before a public rally, Uncommitted Movement co-founders. We were holding on to each other as I was speaking because I was so emotional, El-Abed said, but she and the movement were also clear with Harris. They want more than words and emotion. They want a formal, official meeting with Harris to talk policy. She agreed and said, yes, we will meet, and she said it's horrific of the bombing of Gaza. But during the brief interaction, Harris did not say whether she would make any movement towards an arms embargo or when a meeting would happen. Yeah? For one, how could she possibly schedule a meeting right there, like at a meet and greet prior to the rally? That it takes times. It takes time to reach out and coordinate that, you know? And for two, she's really limited in what she can say as both the vice president and the presidential candidate. You know? El-Abed had hoped for more. Her empathy towards me, towards Palestinians, did feel genuine, but that's not enough, right? Palestinian children can't live off prayers and sorrows. I wish... the uncommitted movement is one of the relatively good, like, protest movements when it comes to being practical about things, but I feel like in this instance, they are once more shooting themselves in the foot. I don't understand what the point is of doing this. Your leaders met with her right before this rally. She said she would meet with you in the future. Why would you then interrupt it multiple times in protest? I genuinely don't understand what you're trying to get at that point. You won. Like, you got the thing. Maybe if you have the movement, or sorry, if you have the meeting and then it doesn't go the way you want it to, do we know they're connected? Yeah, those speakers were from the uncommitted movement, no? That's what I read online. Are they just like random people? The protesters weren't connected? Oh, it was reported, at least what I saw, those hecklers were connected. That the uncommitted movement had in fact done that. Okay. I heard from the majority report they weren't connected, yeah. Idiot online leftists ruin everything yet again. Did you guys see the discourse on Twitter where someone was like, why don't these protesters show up to right-wing rallies and protest? And a bunch of lefties answered with, there were a bunch of people saying, like, we have good answers and bad answers. And the good answers were, well, what do you expect us to do? Trump isn't currently the president. Obama, or sorry, not that's four. Joe Biden is Obama's shadow president, not because he's black. Don't get it twisted. But then there were a lot of people with like the really weak milquetoast answers. The like, it's dangerous for us to go and protest a genocide at a right-wing rally, which is like, okay, I thought we cared about this, you know? Vosh deteriorating, he should step down. You'll pull my corpse off this chair. The morning after Wednesday's rally, the Uncommitted movement sent out a press release explaining their experience speaking with Harris and requesting a formal meeting to discuss an arms embargo. Less than 1 hour. Okay, so right away, this is bad strategy. If you're a protest group and you want to meet with a prospective presidential candidate who is bound by the limits of the current administration, you do not want to say what you are trying to discuss. You want to be vague. You want to say, talk with Harris about our concerns with regards to foreign policy in the Israel and the Gaza Strip. You know, you don't want to be specific like this because that leads to denunciations, and it makes it seem like if Kamala Harris does speak with you, she automatically is in favor of an arms embargo, which she won't be able to do because she's still the VP of the sitting administration. Yeah, don't tip your hand. Less than 1 hour after that email was sent, Harris's national security advisor, Phil Gordon, tweeted that the vice president was absolutely not interested in stopping the flow of weapons. Of course they're going to say that no matter what. We know she doesn't support an arms embargo, Uncommitted co-founder Alawe said in response to Gordon's statement. That's why we need an update to this policy. I hate to say it, but this was fuel for anti-electoral smoothies online. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but like, I'm not defending the bad things that Kamala Harris does or supports. I'm not saying that we should settle for less. I'm saying that this is an objectively bad way to handle it. And a lot of people online only saw the second half of this clip. Genuine question, what are you supposed to do if you're at a rally and the anti-genocide protesters are there heckling, and you respond once to the heckling, and then they keep going at it? Like, obviously, past a point, you're gonna have to make them leave, right? Like, you're not going to make Kamala Harris right there renounce the policies of the current administration that she's a part of and adopt a new strategy for Israel or moving forward. Like, past a point, obviously, you're just gonna be removed, you know? I still think the way she responded the second time was bad.
As we move our nation forward, Donald Trump intends to take our nation backward. Just look at his Project 2025 agenda. Project 2025. I'm here because we believe in democracy. Everyone's voice matters, but I am speaking now.
I wonder if from Kamala Harris's perspective, she was also more frustrated with the protesters because she thought they were with Uncommitted. Keep in mind that just a few minutes before going up there, she would have spoken with the leaders of the Uncommitted movement, which makes you think, like, did she think that was them, that was their people as well? Kind of hard to say. Kind of a fog of war situation. Anyway, the way she responded to it reflexively was not great, you know? Why don't they ever do that shit with Trump? Well, there are good answers and bad answers to that question. The good answer is Trump isn't part of the current administration. Also, Trump is openly in favor of more Palestinian deaths. So you can't even, like, name and shame. He's fine with that, right? You know, you have to limit your protest to people who... You're not protesting, like, equally everyone who disagrees with you. You're doing it for a reason, to produce an outcome, right? That being said, I do think that exclusively protesting the better of the two options has a kind of silencing, chilling, dampening effect on the perceived efficacy of voting for the better of two options, and that it would be better if this was kind of like a ubiquitous thing. After all, the genocide of the Palestinians isn't a Democrat problem, it's an American problem. So I feel like bringing that to heel in both cases would be, I think it'd be good, you know? If you're concerned about your personal safety, then I would argue you're not really committed to the bit, I guess. Like, if you're protesting a genocide and your response to the question, why don't you do this at a Trump rally, is, I'm worried that I might get hurt. I don't know. I mean, you guys signal revolutionary intent quite a bit. Do you not think that response was prepared? No, I don't think it was prepared at all. I think that was just like a very Hillary Clinton-esque reflexive response to heckling. That's the real scandal to me. She should have been prepared. I think it would have been better if she'd said something along the lines of, I hear your concerns. I spoke with I have spoke with organizers just before this rally, and I wonder what she could get away with saying. I've spoke with organizers just before this rally. I met with undecided, and I'm interested in having a conversation with them because I hear, you know, something, even I hear you, I see you would have been better than this Hillary Clinton-esque, like, you want Donald Trump to win kind of bit, you know? Something like that. Yeah, like, again, obviously you could do it in slightly better and slightly worse ways, but yeah. I mean, her first response was, I hear you. Yeah, but does she see them? It is definitely a tightrope, but I think she could have done more. Or possibly less. Isn't it normal for protesters to be scared from the right wing? I mean, I don't see the point of degrading protest for that. It's not about degrading the protesters. It's that Donald Trump supports bad things, so you should protest the bad things. You know? When people exclusively protest the left of two options because it's not good enough, I don't think it's bad for them to do the protests. I think that's good. I do think that there are good, healthy, responsible ways of protesting at Donald Trump's events. Also, you could probably get him to say some insanely mask-off shit really easily. Donald Trump often has his rallies with like 400 or 500 people, not that many, and outdoor too. You could go there with like a dozen of your friends. If there's a dozen of you together that are chanting or cheering or whatever else, you're not going to get like shot by the crowd. Grow up. Like, come on. Is it dangerous in the sense that like it's more dangerous than going to a Democrat rally? Sure, yeah, I don't deny that. I just think that we're talking about protesting a genocide, right? There's nothing to be gained from protesting at Trump events. Wrong. Extremely wrong. A significant number of Republicans also want a ceasefire in Gaza, for one. For two, Donald Trump gets flustered easily, and even if Donald Trump committed really, really hard to the bit, and he was like, yeah, kill them all, you know, that could also be a good clip. And frankly, it would be good for the rest of us, not only because it would galvanize people who are concerned about Palestinians further to the left, but it would also make it more clear to the Democratic leadership how far right supporting Israel is. The more aggressively Donald Trump defends Israeli genocide, the easier it is for Democrats to point at that as an example of things having gone too far. If the only people who are pressured to talk about and defend Israel are the Democrats, they get pushed back against a wall because they're the only ones who have to take the defensive position. If Donald Trump is out there screaming from the rooftops, you know, against protesters about how necessary it is for them to bomb Gaza harder or whatever, that makes it easier for the Democrat leadership to point to that and go, we don't want that. And it gives them kind of a political out. There are benefits to doing it. Just saying. I will say, though, if you're going to protest the genocide of the Palestinian people at a Trump rally, yeah, you might want to send your white Midwesterner types and not women with hijabs, you know? I'm just saying. Like, just a personal safety kind of thing, you know? But you got those.
You know what? If you want Donald Trump to win, then say that, otherwise I'm speaking.
Yeah, I don't like that. That's not, they're obviously not here to support Trump. It's stupid. Yeah, I'm not. So this was not a psyop? No, this was not a psyop. This looks horrible. Yeah, it doesn't make the pro-Palestinian cause look great either. Why are you guys asking me what she should have done when I just spent like 15 minutes talking about what I think she should have done? I think this will be forgotten by next week. It's not a huge deal. Huh. 2 hours ago, an interview with the people who interrupted Kamala Harris dropped. Mother Jones? Zainab Hakim... Wait, Salma Hamami and Zainab Hakim are no strangers to disruption. University of Michigan, doo-doo-doo. Get so much attention, booing Kamala Harris. The two shouted, Kamala, you need to call for a ceasefire in Gaza. We demand an arms embargo and a free Palestine. Kamala, Kamala, you can't hide. We won't vote for genocide. Kamala responded, escorted out of the rally. Why'd you interrupt Vice President Kamala Harris' speech, and what were you hoping to achieve? Expecting... How do you think she would react? Hakim, I guess the closest thing I had imagined is that we would be told we weren't interested in dialogue and we were just interested in yelling, and that's maybe what I imagined she would say. What do you make of the vice president's retort? Do you want Donald Trump to win? No, of course not. I think it's a really interesting response and a questionable response to people who are saying we want an end to genocide. The fact that her first response is, oh, so you want Donald Trump to win? Well, actually, it was her second response, but, you know. Da-da-da. Mix of reactions online. Some were applauding the VP for being so direct. Others were saying that she's jeopardizing win by alienating the large Arab American community in Michigan. There was even some discourse around the idea of interrupting a woman of color. There's a lot to unpack there. Do you think that's a fair critique? I thought that was just bullshit, the whole interrupting a woman of color thing. Okay, Hakeem is based and anti-idpol pilled. We take those. We take those. Anyone reading this might ask, okay, but when the other candidate in the race is Donald Trump, who has used the term Palestinian as an insult, does this not hurt the cause you're advocating for in the long run? Hamami says, in the long run, the Republican Party and the Democratic Party have basically taken the same approach and the same stance on the issue of Palestine. This is true in the long term. That is absolutely correct. America has basically been like, yeah. So the divergent point is basically like right now, potentially. Yeah. So far correct. They are both pro-Israel in the same way. Primaries are both bought by AIPAC. They are both taking money from Zionist organizations. The only difference is just how they try to appeal to their voters to make it seem like they care about human life. There is an immediate difference right now. I think that's worth acknowledging. Minute difference? No, there's a pretty significant difference right now at this moment. We've never had, to my knowledge at least, we've never had a presidential candidate before campaigning on we want more Palestinians dead and using Palestinian as an insult. That's pretty crazy. So to me, as someone who keeps track of the ongoing issues in Palestine, the Republican Party and Democratic Party are one and the same on this. And for them to constantly say we need to vote a Democratic member in and not the Republican Party because they're the lesser of two evils and because one just has a less intense version of genocide, which I don't actually find that to be true considering the genocide is being aided by the Democratic Party right now. Okay, they're idiots. Sorry, guys. What are they, college students? They were at U Michigan? Yeah, sorry, they're dumb. They just seem so concerned about a hypothetical genocide when there's an actual genocide that is happening in the current moment. Guys, are two genocides worse than one? Is a worse genocide and a new additional one worse than the current ongoing one? I'm not in the abandoned Biden movement or the uncommitted campaign. Both have done amazing work. In regards to uncommitted, I definitely appreciate them for making clear Arab Americans and Muslim Americans significant voting bloc. It is important for us all to remember none of these options are going to free Palestine. Okay, yeah, sorry. These guys specifically are actually idiots. They're not with uncommitted. Hakeem says, with regards to committed, I definitely appreciate them for making clear the fact that Arab Americans and Muslim Americans are a significant voting bloc and have the power to sway the election whichever way, and I think that's really important work the committee did. But I also think it's important for all of us to remember none of these options are going to free Palestine or end the genocide, and that appealing to Kamala Harris is not a solution in any way, shape, or form. That is what you are doing with the protest. Well, then you're just doing it. Then you're just doing adventurism. So you don't care about any of this. It's literally like a LARP then. So you don't, so there's no, what are you protesting for? Fun? Ridiculous, honestly. What people seem to forget is she's not just like some random person who decides to run for president. She's been the vice president for all 300 plus days of this genocide, and she could have said something in all that time. She has said what? She has. She's been loud about having like a ceasefire for a while now. Apparently her meeting with Netanyahu didn't go well at all because Netanyahu doesn't like her because she was a lot more oppositional than Biden. Yeah, she was calling for a ceasefire before. What do they want her to... Okay, yeah. If the Harris campaign called, try to hash this out and have a conversation, what would you take that call? Hamami says, if she wanted to hash this out, she needs to go to the Israeli government and say, we're cutting off all military funding. Oh, so you want an arms embargo, the thing the uncommitted group is pushing for, but you literally just said you think that they're misguided for trying to appeal to her. So nothing's going to change. There's no point in appealing to Kamala Harris. We support we support uncommitted's intentions, but it's not going to work. But, you know, if hypothetically someone could convince Kamala Harris to support an arms embargo, that we would be in favor of. Did you know median voter syndrome applies to people across the entire political spectrum? Did you know? There's nothing to hash out with the voters. Wrong! Political parties in a democracy can only do things that they can get away with. If the voter base hates what they do so much that they don't win the election, then they can't do that thing. The point in a democracy is to do things that get you elected. That's how the system works. You have to hash that out with the voters. If the voters all responded to her being pro-arms embargo with, well, fuck that, that's anti-Semitic, we're going to support Trump then, a real ally to Israel and the Jews, then it didn't really matter that she supported the arms embargo, did it? Because now she's not in power. Yeah, maybe the anti-Starbucks protesting is necessary because it keeps people like this away from the rallies. What needs to be hashed out with is the people who are committing genocide right now. Yeah, that's why you talk to Kamala to get her to do that thing. That's how that's how the whole thing works, man. Post-talk, Kamala did nothing wrong. Fuck these people. Nah, she still handled this poorly. And now she's given people like this ammunition who can say she doesn't care at all because she responded in a Hillary Clinton-esque way. So, yeah, you know, just me providing, as always, the enlightened centrist perspective. Everyone's dumb but me. I know. It gets tired hearing it the 5,000th time, but it just never stops being correct. Really, though, I fully support protesting Biden and Kamala Harris. I just think that, as is always the case with protests, you have to do things intelligently. It's important. You have to do things intelligently. You can't just toss that out there. You got to think it through. We still have time to cover the Trump press conference. Fantastic. Let me pee real quick. And Kamala should reward hecklers by dignifying their methods. Bassis108, how did you get a yellow name? if she did capitulate to the hecklers, she would basically be capitulating to the same ilk of people that were carrying Hamas's coming signs 2 weeks ago. Bassus 108, congratulations. Libwatch is active and it's caught you. Shut the fuck up. You're engaging at this in the same low IQ way that they are. You think you're smarter than them. You're not, okay? You're failing to consider a wide variety of material conditions here. You're not engaging with the substance of the issue. You just want to feel smarter than them. And they just want to feel smarter than the libs. You two deserve each other. You're like a little fucking human centipede with the ends tied off, okay? You produce shit, so they produce shit, so you produce shit, so they produce shit, okay? You two deserve each other. We have ineffective Michigan ceasefire protesters who make their cause look worse, and we have people like you who think that any engagement from Kamala Harris that's more optically considerate is actually capitulating to Twitter leftists. You're perfect for each other. Honestly, how'd you get that yellow name? Who gave that to you? Stolen valor. There's no substance, they're just contrarians. Bassus 108. Newsflash, dumbass. When Kamala Harris responds to protesters at an event, she's not talking to them. She's talking to the American people. Much in the same way that I'm not talking to you right now. You think I give a shit what you think? I'm talking to 10,000 people. You're just one tiny slice of a big pie. That's how public speaking works. I don't care. Right now, I'm dignifying your incessant, inane bullshit by giving it attention, but I felt the utility of explaining the importance of engaging fairly with complaints like this was worth that. Much in the same way that Kamala Harris could bear the indignity of giving attention to these bad faith protesters if it meant signaling something better to the American people. That's what matters most. It's the broader reception. I'm rock solid in my position. I know Basis 108 because you're a contrarian. You're still dignifying hecklers. That's okay, man. I don't have to suffer it, not even from a yellow name. You think you're special? I don't have to suffer that. I'm rock solid in my position. Ridiculous. They deserve each other. You understand how the person who I just banned for a week and the people who are doing the protest are two sides of the same coin, right? They're thinking oppositionally. The protesters are only thinking about what they can do to signal their opposition to the playbook of the Democratic Party, and that person in chat is only thinking what does or doesn't dignify the perceived low IQ behavior of the protesters. They're not thinking broadly. They're not thinking strategically. They're only thinking about their personal beefs and biases. We don't support that drama-mongering low IQ bullshit here. We're trying to think of the we're thinking our plans are measured in centuries. We're thinking about the long game, okay? And when you come back, I want you to spend 7 days thinking about that, okay? And when you come back, I want you to be thinking in centuries. More and more it becomes clear you're the only real person. I've always felt this way. Let me pee real quick, and then we're gonna go over. You want to stick around for this, folks? Okay? You know we've been talking about the more edge case stuff. Didn't expect so many people to stick around for that, by the way. 11,000 people. I really appreciate that. You know, some people say, oh, you know, the viewers they only stick around for the domestic politics. They come in here for the Trump. They come in here for the Tim Walz announcement. You guys are just hype men. You're fair weather political viewers, but I think you're different. I think you're here for the substance. I love you guys. Let me take a piss. I'm gonna piss so quick. Folk. You'll see what skill looks like. It was gonna be really quick, but then I knocked all my toothbrushes over and they're on the ground. So I'm just saying, in spirit, I did it quickly, but it was too fast. So I just once. I think that if you're going by the spirit of the competition, I still was pretty fast, but I acknowledge that there might be some people who disagree. What can I do? No kidding, nuts. Have you ever watched Brokeback Mountain? No. Donald Trump Jr. Weird Watch? Yeah, I was wondering if I should do a segment on this, but then it occurred to me that people in chat would get distracted by the subject. So, in response to the JD Vance couch thing, a bunch of right-wingers, and especially Donald Trump Jr., have gotten obsessed with posting memes about Tim Walz drinking horse cum. And in a vacuum, like in a vacuum, this would be funny conditional to it being funny. That's the thing. You have to be funny to be funny. This isn't. But we're not in a vacuum. We're in the real world. And in the real world, Relapse Row? Where did he repost this from? In the real world, it is actually fucking hysterical how mad they are at a single jab from Walz when Trump engages in non-stop objective lying. Like, they are, imagine engaging with the weird allegations with this. Like, this is the way that you respond to that. Demonstrating not only how fragile you are, that literally, like, if he can get off the couch and debate me, and in response, they're like, horse, he fucks horses, horse cum, haha, horse cum Walls, tampon Tim, like, desperate for anything. They don't understand subtlety. Well, I mean, a lot of it is just that it's not funny at all. Remember, the original JD Vance fucks couches thing was just like a little Twitter shitpost that blew up enough that people started vibing with it. It wasn't like a desperate, sweaty attempt to compensate for a jab manufactured by the other side. It was made authentically in the shitposting minds, you know? This is hackneyed fake shit. It's not real shit posting. It's like it's like Elon Musk posting memes where he's getting shit that's been like filtered through Facebook and Instagram, and it's 6 years old and it's incredibly fucking banal. It's like the, I don't know, Twitter meme equivalent of the kind of shit that your uncle would post or whatever. Yeah, Temu shit posting, exactly. Maze. It's inorganic. None of this counts for shit if it's inorganic, you know? More evidence that conservatives are cultural black holes. They can't produce art, humor, anything. Yes, no kidding. Like, genuinely. Every time like a comedic trend is deliberately manufactured by the right, it is sincerely, incredibly unfunny, constantly. Remember the classic line from Tucker Carlson, "They may have Taylor Swift, but we have cat turd"? That's real, by the way. A classic. They genuinely cannot produce art. No shot he said that? Hold on. Oh, this is stream.org. Did Tucker Carlson not personally say that? Just the article? Oh, I think I might be mixing up the article with something that Tucker Carlson said. Tucker Carlson did have cat turd on and did say another thing that was praising him. Still a great article title, though. Oh, the Blaze. Did they both post the same? February 8th, February 6th. Oh, so they're just reposting a Blaze article. Eh. I could buy Glenn Beck saying it. Yeah, maybe. Glenn Beck owns the Blaze. I mean, I don't know if he wrote the article, but anyway, the important point that I'm getting to here is that they're artless. They can't produce art. Conservatism is anathema to art. There's a reason why basically every right-wing grifter online at one point had aspirations for making art in Hollywood, and then it fell through. Like, seriously, you can look, Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder, a ton of them are mad that they just didn't get picked up in Hollywood. They were theater kids, literally, yeah. Candace Owens too, Michael Knowles. Yes, it's like all of them. It's crazy. It's the backstory to all of them. The obsession with AI art too. Conservatives like AI generated art because they hate artists, you know? There's a reason why it was a common trend for a while, and still to an extent is, for people to like go to an artist and say, hey, I made your art but better in AI. And it looks like shit, admittedly, but the whole point is like, you no longer have this power over us. This sounds new, but this is also something the Nazis did. The Nazis waged a war against art at the time. That was their whole gallery of real art versus degenerate art. Remember, the Nazis had a gallery where they showed off degenerate art. This was art that was too ethnic, too sexual, too whatever, too cool for the Nazi regime to approve of it, and it ended up getting way more attention than the other art galleries available at the time because it was more interesting. The only art that the Nazi government wanted to promote was the same old shit, you know, bland realist yeah, I mean, you know what kind of fascist art was acceptable in Nazi Germany. You know, they had their like adjacent art deco trend. There was like Italian futurism. You had like romantic semi, like not modernist, pre-modernist paintings of like, what if a bunch of white German boys are playing by the river or whatever. You've like, yeah, neo-Roman shit, neoclassicist shit. They had a very limited retinue of stuff that they could care about because those were like, that was like real art to them. And as a consequence, Nazi Germany was boring and artless. Genuinely it was. Most of the really cool, like, wow, the Nazi aesthetic was so cool stuff that you see is made up in modern interpretations of their stuff. Nazi Germany did not look like Warhammer 40K. It also did not look like Man in the High Castle. You can take a look. We did this before on stream. You can take a look at Nazi architecture, the stuff they built. It really sucked, man. Genuinely, they looked like the boring gray corporate office buildings that you probably see in downtown like all the time now. That was their shit. They didn't. It was. No, it wasn't gaudy. It wasn't gaudy. It was artless. It was really boring. Yeah, it was borderline brutalist. Just big concrete blocks. I could not believe that the gigantic, the unfinished thing that they were building, that the world's longest building, they were building like a resort for Nazi soldiers, and then I think they eventually finished it, and this is what it looked like. Guys, get ready for it. This is at the time, I believe, the largest building. Here. There. This is one of the Nazi mega projects that got stalled because, you know, there was a war going on. There we go. Right there. See? It's just a big resort apartment mega stretch long building. Fantastic stuff, right? Ooh, wow. but you like this, right? I will concede that there are some tendencies to the Italian futurists. Look, okay? As we all know, fascists are often closet homosexuals. I think they had some particularly talented closeted homosexuals in Italy. It was Italy, man! And also, they didn't take their fascism seriously. No one took Mussolini seriously. Come on, let's dial it back a little bit, okay? No matter who was in charge in Italy, what was the same? Artisans in the mountains of the Alps, sipping on wine and coffee, having 400 calories of cigarette smoke a day, and occasionally producing artistic masterpieces. They sleep a combined 14 hours a day. It doesn't matter if you have Mussolini in charge. It doesn't matter. You could bring back the Holy Roman Empire. It doesn't matter, okay? That's what they do. And you know, okay, sure, that continued through Mussolini. The Nazis had a much stronger cultural hold on their borders and all within, and as a consequence, their shit was boring and artless. I got distracted again. I'm very sorry. We were supposed to be going over the Trump press briefing, you know? Anyway, like I said, boring and artless, genuinely. From a loveless man who like gets no attention from his father outside the extent to which he can be useful as a political and business tool, just like lifelessly regurgitating this because they heard that it was open season on making shit up about the left, as if they weren't already doing that. What even inspired the cum drinking meme? They're mad that Tim Walz made a joke about JD Vance fucking a couch, a reference to an existing shitpost, not him creating it whole cloth. So they desperately thought, like, fuck, we're just making stuff up now. And they came up with this. This was the best they could come up with. Deeply weird behavior. Yeah, and also very unfunny. It's not funny. The original couch fucking meme was very funny. Because it was authentic shitposting. That does make the difference. If anything, they've kind of cemented the JD Vance couch thing into like cultural longevity, you know? They kind of like guaranteed that it would be cemented because they're obsessed with it. It's like the weird thing. If they hadn't responded to the weird thing, it wouldn't have caught, but all of them freaked out about it. The right wing was like doing speeches and op-eds on how they're definitely not weird. Tell the paper that I'm not mad. Yeah. And because it matches the vibe. Well, a big part of the joke is that if you look at JD Vance and look at how he talks, it totally tracks that he would fuck a couch. He just looks like a weird sexless incel. It's just, it fits perfectly, you know? He could easily be behind any one of the anonymous 4chan green tech shitposts about how he like tied a fleshlight to his bed and fucked it or something. Like it's so easy to imagine him in that position. The cum drinking thing doesn't, it like Tim Walz is just such a normal guy. It just does not track at all, not even remotely, you know? Yeah, he has couch fucking phrenology, and Tim Walz just doesn't have horse fucking phrenology. I'm sorry. I thought the story was that he fucked a glove in his sofa. Wasn't that true? No, that wasn't true. It was a Twitter shitpost. What was the original shitpost? JD Couch original joke. I mistyped like 17 times in that. That's crazy. Oh yeah, here we go. Can't say for sure, but he might be the first VP pick to have admitted in a New York Times bestseller to fucking an inside-out latex glove shoved between two couch cushions. Vance, Hillbilly Elegy, pages 179 to 181. That's funny. It's an authentic shitpost. It got a lot of attention. It refers to an existing thing, Hillbilly Elegy. It has the cadence of like the way one might respond to that were it a real thing. And like, again, compared to this, deeply embarrassing. Yes, it also, Sade, you're correct. It's also spiritually true that JD Vance fucked the couch. That does help. All right, we need to move on from this. You know, a lot of I can only go on about the artlessness so much. I really do mean it, though. I do believe that conservatism ideologically removes people from the ability to make art and humor. I don't think it's like a 100% thing. Of course, there are funny people out there that are right-wing. It's not a 100% thing. When I talk about trends, you know, like Russia earlier with democracy, sometimes people like, well, in your statement about the cultural preferences of 100 million people, I know of an exception. Fuck you. Fuck you. Go graze on grass, you sheep. God. Fucking God almighty, you're annoying. There are fascists who are funny, who produce good art, what have you. But I really do think they're overwhelmingly the exception. And I think there's a reason why the artistic centers of all societies overwhelmingly are full of queer people and left-leaning people. Left-leaning political beliefs encourage one to be critical of power and convention. The conservative mind is one that makes a person look at an authority structure or a social norm and go, oh yeah, of course, things are the way they are. That's not funny. It was the job of the jester to mock the king through veiled language. You have to be critical of systems in order to make fun of them. You have to defy expectation to make people laugh. It requires subversion, and conservatives don't like that. And yes, the jesters were gay. And gay people love jesters. Hello. Do you remember the Nazi jazz thing that was so bad, Lamau? Yeah. There was this jazz band that was Nazis. It was like 30s America or something, and they were like, how do we make Nazi jazz? Do we take this like incredibly black cultural tradition of jazz music and somehow like incorporate white historical like are we trying to do some like Wagner incorporation here? Are we gonna like zhuzh it up? Are we gonna make it our own? And it's literally just bit by bit regular old jazz. I mean, they could have copied it from any black musician in Harlem, but the lyrics are Nazi. It's literally the 1930s equivalent of a person doing like a Nazi gangsta rap. Literally, like, it was fucking... Like, what are you doing, man? Can't you see? Can't you see you're standing on the shoulders of giants? So Tom MacDonald? I mean, if Tom MacDonald literally just wrote stuff like Heil Hitler or whatever, then yeah. Which I guess he almost does. All right. No getting distracted. The one you were listening to was literally an already existing song with different lyrics. They're not very creative, these Nazi types, you know? They're not very creative. That's why they keep appropriating existing art, both contemporary and historical, you know? Why do you think they're obsessed with neoclassicism? Hey! Oh, look at that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your being here.
So, full disclosure, I actually saw part of this already. I saw the first 15 minutes or so. I was shocked. I was genuinely shocked by how low energy he was. Like, incredibly good news for the campaign. Is this from yesterday today? This is from yesterday. I know, pre-watched, a rarity for me. I'm sorry. It is really, really, really bad. Okay, so in the lead up to this, Donald Trump was facing criticism because he's been hiding out at Mar-a-Lago for a while Walz and Kamala Harris are aggressively campaigning. Donald Trump has just been chilling at his resort, and he's been facing criticism for it. In my opinion, this is because he feels dejected at the popularity of Walz and Harris. He feels dejected at the fact that for like 2 weeks now, he's been a pussy and he's been running away from Kamala Harris for the debate. If you'll recall, he dropped out of the September, what was it, 10th original debate time, and was saying he would only debate Kamala Harris on Fox, but apparently he's walked that back now. He's been like waffling on it, and he's been making Truth Social posts about how he misses Joe Biden, and he's been fantasizing about Joe Biden showing up at the DNC and saying like, "Take me back, Donald." Really, 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 really weird stuff. Remember, there was an attempted assassination against him 2 weeks ago, and no one cares. That's not true. I'm still mad at Jack Black. There were consequences to that. He dropped out of the 14th. He agreed to a new one on the 10th. I think the 10th was the original date with ABC, right? Yeah, that was the original date, I'm pretty sure. So they're both ABC. Okay, yeah, but he was like backing out of the ABC debate for a while. Basically, the summary of it is he's been really dejected and pathetic for a while now. Then he called a snap press conference over here at Mar-a-Lago, and here he is. He showed up. No explanation for what it was going to be. And now we start.
Just a statement before I talk about debates. I think that our country is right now in the most dangerous position it's ever been in, from an economic standpoint, from a safety standpoint. Both gangs on the street and, frankly, gangs outside of our country in the form of other countries that are, frankly, very powerful. They're very powerful countries, and we don't know what we're doing. We have leadership that has no clue how to handle them or how to handle any other situation. We have a lot of bad things coming up. You could end up in a depression of the 1929 variety, which would be a devastating thing. Took many years, took decades to recover from it. And we're very close to that, and we're very close to a world war. In my opinion, we're very close to a world war. We have people that don't know how to handle it. They're not respected. All over the world, they're laughed at. And we can't have that. Most dangerous period of time I've ever seen for our country. With that being said, we have somebody that hasn't received one vote for president, and she's running, and that's fine with me. But we were given Joe Biden, and now we're given somebody else. And I think, frankly, I'd rather be running against somebody else. But that was their choice. They decided to do that because Kamala's record is horrible. She's a radical left person at a level that nobody's seen. She picked a radical left
somebody that I used to know.
Man that is, he's got things done that he has positions that are just not, it's not even possible to believe that.
Okay, right off the bat, energy is crazy weak, right? Keep in mind, this is a press conference he called. This isn't like a rally. This isn't a White House press correspondent. He called this. I think either he called this in a panic because he wanted to get people off his back on the debate thing, or somebody on his campaign team was like, dude, you have to make a statement. You have to get out there and do something publicly. You're getting like trashed right now. You know, think of how things are going for him. He was walking into a basically guaranteed victory this November. After trashing Biden in the debate, they were running victory laps. And then over the course of less than a month, not even to speak of the assassination attempt, he chooses somebody who's turned out to be a liability for a VP pick, and the left has assembled not just a different team, but a much better team against him. The polls are trending in favor of Kamala Harris. We're getting more and more polling data out of swing states that are leaning towards her, or at least pushing towards her more and more than they did with Biden every day. He floundered on the debate time that made him look weak publicly. Like, it's not good.
They exist. He's going for things that nobody's ever even heard of. Heavy into the transgender world, heavy into lots of different worlds having to do with safety. He doesn't want to have borders. He doesn't want to have walls. He doesn't want to have any form of safety for our country. He doesn't mind people coming in from prisons, and neither does she, I guess, because she's not... She couldn't care less. She's the border czar. By the way, she was the border czar.
See how he keeps forgetting who he's running against, by the way?
100%. And all of a sudden, for the last few weeks, she's not the border czar anymore, like nobody ever said it. And I just hope that the media becomes more diligent, more honest, frankly, because if they're not going to be honest, it's going to be much tougher to bring our country back. We have a very, very sick country right now. You saw the other day with the stock market crashing, that was just the beginning. That was just the beginning. It's going to get worse.
Guys, nothing made me more smug than after I argue with chat for 30 minutes about how the stock market is literally meaningless vibes, and all of the post-hoc justifications people make to why things go up or down could be summarized by, well, people think it's bad, so it went down, and people think it's good, so it went up. And then the day after the giant historic stock market crash, Nvidia went right back up. Because it's just like, well, who fucking cares, man? The economy, it's not real. It's all vibes-based.
It's going to get a lot worse, in my opinion. And fortunately, we've had some very good polls over the last
where's the hand movement?
Fairly short period of time. Rasmussen came out today. We're substantially leading, and others came out today that we're leading, and in some cases substantially. I guess MSNBC came out, or CNBC came out also with a poll that was, has us leading. And leading fairly big in swing states. In some polls, I'm leading very big in swing states because they want safety. People want safety. They want security. They want respect all around the world for our country. They don't want this horrible
it's
culture
pretty bad,
that
right?
is developing. A culture of no common sense. It's really a culture of no common sense, and it's not what anyone wants. We want to have a safe country. We want to have a strong military. We want low interest rates, and we want to be able to have the American dream. We want to be able to have our youth be able to buy homes, housing, get good jobs. And we're really just at the opposite right now. It's so sad to see. But as a border czar, she's been the worst border czar in history.
By the way, just a little fun bit, but I literally just opened 538, and the most recent poll is a favorability rating for Tim Walz. Favorability up 11, 41 to 30. That's crazy, man. If you compare that to Kamala Harris's favorability as the person who was on the VP on the ticket like a month ago, holy shit. Honestly shocked it's that low. Well, a lot of people don't know who he is. 30% say they don't know. So
world history, I think the number is 20 million, but whether it's 15 or 20, it's numbers that nobody's ever heard before. 20 million people came over the border in during the Biden-Harris administration. 20 million people.
The rise of a new era in the betting markets. The dark blue line is Biden crashing right here, and the light blue line, the Kamala momentum, which has now surpassed Donald Trump. As of August 6th, August 7th, Harris is up ahead of Donald Trump in the betting average. Imagine betting on Kamala a year ago. Our plans are measured in centuries. Guy who puts down $5 in Kamala Harris in 2023 and walks away from this looking like one of the early investors in Bitcoin. Man's walking around Main Street with a top hat and a frock coat, a big cane.
And it could be very much higher than that. Nobody really knows what the number is. Nobody knows. Nobody has a clue. And the gotaways, they call them the gotaways. The gotaways are at numbers. Somebody was quizzing me on it the other day. No, I don't think so, sir. I don't think so. They have no idea what those numbers are, but they're much higher than you would think. Just like,
yeah, I'm sorry. Last time I'll interrupt. Just it's crazy now that I'm scrolling through it. Looking at the recent general election polls in early August or earlier this month, YouGov ActiVote, we have Harris +1 and +2, but even better over here, this batch that came out on August 7th from RMG and Ipsos, we have Harris +5 in this Ipsos, +2 here. I'm guessing this one includes RFK Jr. Yep, Kennedy. There we go. With Kennedy here, Harris pulling ahead by 5 points. Even without Kennedy as the spoiler, we have Harris ahead. And then likewise here with Kennedy, 2%, and then them dead even without Kennedy. Just insane compared to where we were a month ago.
Far more people were killed in the Ukraine-Russia war than you ever report. Just like October 7th would have never happened. Russia would have never.
They would have gone from October 6th to October 8th.
The election result been called differently. It was a very bad call, but Russia would not have attacked Ukraine. October 7th in Israel would have never happened. You wouldn't have inflation. A lot of great things would have happened, but now you have millions and millions of dead people, and you have people dying financially because they can't buy bacon, they can't buy food, they can't buy groceries, they can't do anything.
explaining to an American what inflation is. Okay, well, we can't afford bacon.
And they're living horribly in our country right now. With all of that being said, I think it's very important to have debates. And we've agreed with Fox on a date of September 4th. We've agreed with NBC, fairly full agreement, subject to them, on September 10th. And we've agreed
NBC
with
and
ABC
IBC.
on September 25th.
Okay, ABC's the 25th.
So we have those
NBC,
three
okay.
dates, and those networks, they're very anxiously awaiting that date and those dates. So we have September 4th, September 10th, and September 25th. We have spoken to the heads of the...
Oh, he's wrong. ABC is the 10th, NBC is the 20th. Okay, gotcha. He got them mixed up. That's great. Thank you, Trump.
network, and it's all been confirmed, other than some fairly minor details. Audience.
He sounds so weak.
Some location, which city would we put it into, but all things that will be settled very easily, I think it'll be very easy. The other side has to agree to the terms. They may or may not agree. I don't know if they're going to agree. She hasn't done an interview. She can't do an interview. She's barely competent, and she can't do an interview. But I look forward to the debates because I think we have to set the record straight. Why is it that millions of people were allowed to come into our country from prisons, from jails, from mental institutions, insane asylums, even insane asylums? It's a mental institution on steroids. That's what it is. When you see the people that are coming into...
You ever seen Batman? They have him, they call him Arkham Asylum. They have him all over Mexico. I still fully subscribe to the belief that he's only started going on about insane asylums because he misunderstood what it means for a person to seek asylum. He thinks that they mean they want to go to American insane asylums or something. I don't know. Like, I still believe that. I have not been provided a better explanation.
These are institutions that are being emptied out, not in South America, all over the world, including South America, all over the world. Prisons are being emptied out into our country because we have a president that's the worst president in the history of our country.
It's crazy that he said that they're emptying out prisons into our country. About El Salvador, where Bukele has, I don't know, arrested 1% of the population of the entire country. Like, you're talking about the largest increase in prison population in the entire world overnight, basically. And to that country, Trump is like, yeah, they're emptying their prisons to send them to us. Incredible.
Of a vice president who is the least admired, least respected, and the worst vice president in the history of our country. The most unpopular vice president, and because of political reasons or because of being politically correct, even though she never received a vote. Don't forget, she was the first one defeated, as I remember it, because I watched it very closely, but she was the first one. She never made it to Iowa, the first state. She never made it to Iowa. She was the first one that was defeated. She was the nastiest to him. She was nasty with the calling him a racist and the school bus and all of the different things.
Calling him racist and a school bus. Yeah. He's talking about that clip of her going, the wheels of the bus go round and round. Ah, ha, 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 ha. That one.
She was very nasty to Biden, and shockingly, he appointed her, asked her to serve as vice president. Well, I don't know if he's happy about that decision right now.
He's talking about Biden's views on busing. How do you know? How do you know what's going on in his head? I choose to believe he's remembering that clip.
The presidency was taken away from Joe Biden, and I'm no Biden fan, but I'll tell you what, from a constitutional standpoint, from any standpoint you look at, they took the presidency away. And people were saying he lost after the debate. He couldn't win. Well, I don't know that that's true necessarily.
Any old man Yowie enjoyers? Anyone play Disco Elysium? Do we have any Harry Dubois and Kim Kitsuragi enjoy? I mean, yeah, like this is we're laying it on pretty heavy here, okay? Where am I? YouTube.com or archive of our own.com? You know, it's crazy.
Necessarily, but whether he could win or he couldn't win, he had the right to run. and they took it away. They said they're going to use the 25th Amendment. They're going to hit you hard. Either we can
They
do
did
it the
not
nice.
say that.
I know exactly, because I know a lot of people on the
I
other
said
side,
that.
believe it or not. And they said, we'll do it the nice way or we'll do it the hard way. And he said...
That's middle-aged Yowie, not old man Yowie. Yeah, but the term old man Yowie is used exclusively by 19-year-old transbians. So to them, Harry and Kim would be old because they're in their 40s. It's kind of like a relative, yeah.
All right. So that, I mean, they've really taken, what they've done is pretty incredible. And now I'm running against somebody else, and we're leading. We're leading. So I'm not complaining. I'm saying it's for a country with a constitution that we cherish. We
Literally, just take a moment. Whatever the fuck else you're doing in your house right now, shut up and take a moment to listen to this.
What they've done is pretty incredible. And now I'm running against somebody else, and we're leading. We're leading. So I'm not complaining. I'm saying it's for a country with a constitution that we cherish. We cherish this constitution. To have done it this way is pretty severe, pretty horrible.
He sounds fucking awful. He sounds like he's like melting. This is insane. I've never heard him talk like this. I've heard him talk in a bunch of different ways. I've never heard him sound this defeated. The energy is completely gone. He doesn't even seem tired. He seems defeated. Completely deflated. Just I'm not complaining. I just it's crazy. He's like the Joker. Without Joe Biden, there's no punchline.
Would have thought they would have gone out to a vote. They would have had a primary system. They would have done something. But to just take it away from him like he was a child. And he's a very angry man right now. I can tell you that. He's not happy with Obama. And he's not happy with Nancy Pelosi, crazy Nancy. She is crazy, too. She's not happy with any of the people that told him that you've got to leave. He's very unhappy, very angry, and I think he also blames her. He's trying to put up a good face, but it's a very bad thing in terms of a country when you do that. I'm not a fan of his, as you probably have noticed. And he had a rough debate, but that doesn't mean that you just take it away like that. Or you go out to a vote, you do something. He had 14 million votes. She had no votes. She got no votes. And I think she's crashing. I think when people find out, and I think people are starting to find out what a bad job she did, what a bad job she did on the border. She's trying to say she had nothing to do with the border. She had everything. She was appointed to head the border. And then they said borders are, oh, she loved that name. She loved that name. But she never went there. She went to a location once along the border, but that was a location that you would love to go and have dinner with your husband or whoever. That was a location that was not part of the problem. That was not really going to the border. So essentially, she never went to the border. And if you listen to Tom Homan, if you listen to the great border people, Brandon Judd from Border Patrol, if you listen to Paul, I mean, so many different people. I speak to them all the time. And I did when I was president. We had the best border in the history of our country. Now we have the worst border in the history of the world. Millions of people coming in, and our country cannot sustain it. Our country is going down.
Notice how he had absolutely no energy, and that was basically incoherent rambling until he caught back on to one of the talking points with the border, and then there's the mild elation of him once again being able to go into like autopilot on that talking point.
Because of this, because of incompetent people. So I just look forward to these debates. I think it's very important that we have them. I hope she agrees to them September 4th, September 10th, September 25th, and I think they'll be very revealing. I think they'll be very revealing. Do you have
the only one Kamala's agreed to, I'm pretty sure, is September 10th.
Questions, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Don't allow me to cut off the end here.
September 10th, September 25th, and I think they'll be very revealing. I think they'll be very revealing. Do you have any questions, please?
And he's like, all right, I'm done. Anyone got any questions? Oh. Also, they don't give mics. They don't have mics keyed up to the journalists asking questions. So you just get to see him staring like a dumb fish trying to hear them. Because they don't have any mics, so he's trying to hear him with his own old man ears. I'm guessing he probably doesn't have that good of hearing. I mean, he doesn't have any ear implants, probably out of pride. He's like 80.
I haven't recalibrated strategy at all. It's the same policies, open borders, weak on crime. I think she's worse than Biden because he got forced into the position. She was there long before. She destroyed San Francisco. She destroyed California as the AG. But as the DA, she destroyed San Francisco. A friend of mine, Bob Tisch, all know the Tisch family. He was in many cities with companies. He said the greatest city in the country is San Francisco. That was about 20 years ago. And he passed away a while ago, and he would be looking down and said, what happened? He thought it was the best city in the country. He had divisions there, lows. And he would be looking down in horror now when he sees she destroyed no cash bail, weak on crime. She's terrible. And yet they weaponized the system against me. They have me. I got so many lawyers. Now they want to delay cases. I won the big case in Florida. I won the big case. Nobody.
No, well, wait, no. You didn't win the big case. The judge dismissed it on unconstitutional grounds based on the recent Supreme Court ruling. It's still up for. Didn't they recently resume the Supreme Court approved the resuming of the not the documents case, the hush money case, right? They're appealing. Didn't that go through? The immunity decision had been due September 6th, but Trump's lawyers asked Judge Juan R. Merchan last week to rule first in the renewed bid to get the judge to step aside from the case. Oh, right. They want him to recuse himself. It's a whole night. It's a whole fucking thing.
Nobody even wrote about it. The big case, the judge was a brilliant judge, and all they do is they play the ref with the judges. But this judge was a fair but brilliant judge. And as you probably heard, the big documents case, I won it. Now, Biden lost it because he didn't have presidential immunity. He didn't have the Presidential Records Act. He lost it. But the special, I call it prosecutor, special counsel, special prosecutor to me, he, appointed by him and appointed by Garland, he said the man's incompetent. He can't stand trial, but he can run for president. But we no longer have to worry about that because we have somebody that, in my opinion, is more incompetent. She couldn't pass her bar exam and lots of other things, and she should not be in a position because if she becomes president, our country is going to be a giant fail. It's going to fail.
We're going back to 2011, folks, okay? We're taking you back. It's time. America is about to be an epic fail, XD. With him, it's going to be an epic win.
It's going to be a failure, the likes of which this world has never seen. Yeah, please. No, how about you?
Wonderful, thank you. A big part of your strategy before Harris became the nominee was going after and increasing the share of...
Speak up.
You have to speak louder.
Okay, great. A big part of the strategy for your campaign before Harris became the nominee was appealing to black voters.
Yeah.
You were really going after. In polls, we really see Harris gaining ground with that group, and I'm wondering how you are going to go after black voters now that she's the nominee and really winning them over.
Well, it changes around a little bit. I'm getting other voters. Perhaps, I was doing very well with black voters, and I still am. I seem to be doing very well with black males. This is according to polls, as you know. It's possible that I won't do as well with black women, but I do seem to be doing very well with other segments, extremely well with Hispanic. Jewish voters way up. White males way up. White males have gone through the roof. White males way up. Now, I don't know. All we're doing is giving you the stats that you have. It could be that I'll be affected somewhat with black females, where we're doing pretty well. And I think ultimately
they're doing phenomenally with black women right now, I have to say. I think it's considered kind of poor form as a political candidate to talk about the individual demographics like this. This is something usually that like journalists and pundits are supposed to go on about, but like when you're running for president, you're like, black men love me. Black women, not so much. Hispanics, the Jews. You know, I just, it's a little bit crass, I feel. But it's also very funny. So there's also that.
Better because I'm going to give them security, safety, and jobs. I'm going to give them a good economy. We have a very bad economy right now. We could literally be on the throes of a depression, not recession, a depression. And they can't have that. They can't have that. So I think I'm going to do well with everybody, especially when the...
Oh, thank you. This is actually very helpful. Election polling numbers broken down by demographic. Harris's numbers are going up, up, up. Let's see this right here. Bazinga. Harris's biggest boost coming with black voters. She has gone from a 23-point lead with black voters over Trump a couple weeks ago to a 54-point lead now. That's good. Moving closer to territory where Democrats need to be with black voters. It's only been like 2 weeks, so a lot of this consolidates with time, you know? Also winning independents, something that Biden was not doing. Harris is up 9 points with independents. God damn. Whereas Trump was beating Biden by 4 points with the group. Harris has improved with white voters overall, gone from 40% with white voters overall to 46% in this survey, and that's very high for a Democrat. Biden got 41% of white voters in 2020. Obama got 43% in 2008. Oh, geez. Doing really good with white voters, huh? All right. The improvement is mostly because of college-educated white women. White women. 2/3 of college-educated white women, though, are now in Harris's camp. She's not where she needs to be with voters under 45 at this point. Biden won them by 14 points. Harris and Trump are tied right now with this group. That can be explained by large to a large extent, partly with Gaza, and partly because young people are far more likely to be uncommitted up until the last moment. I wouldn't hold this to... There's a big difference between like favorability, who you're going to vote for, that kind of thing, you know? We'll see.
Facts right. Yeah, please, in the back.
You're now leading the Jewish voters in your home state of New York. With that being said, what do you make of Kamala Harris not picking Josh Shapiro as her VP?
Well, I don't know. I know Josh Shapiro. He's a terrible guy, and he's not very popular with anybody. I think that this
hugely popular in Pennsylvania. Please keep at it, Mr. Trump.
election maybe is better than Josh Shapiro would have been. But I think other than Josh Shapiro, I think she had some good choices. But Josh Shapiro is not one of them. He's caused a lot of damage with a lot of people. And I don't think he would have been better. I think he would have been maybe the equivalent, maybe not as good. But they had some people that they were looking at that were good, far superior to her. They actually had a story where they had everybody, including, they had like 10 people that she was looking at, and her.
Hey, some actual good news. They actually did update 270 to win. And unless I'm mistaken, Georgia is now a toss-up. It used to be light red. Now it's a toss-up. The line shifts. I like that pink Texas. Yeah, it's not deep red. It is possible that we live to see Blexus in Florida. We'll see. We could get North Carolina. And Alaska's lighter. Oh, who cares about Alaska? Texas can be blue. It's possible. I don't know, Irizor. I don't know. There are literally no Texas polls between Harris and Trump. It's also not been very long. Look at North Carolina, 2 pink. Now, wasn't North Carolina this pink before? Or was North Carolina this pink? Has North Carolina shifted 1 point over? Or 1 color over? I think it was still this light pink. It's trending towards Harris. Yeah, it's getting closer. North Carolina was toss-up 2 weeks ago, Vosh. Then, like Georgia, it went light pink. Well, that's because things went badly for Biden after the debate. But that was still, those polling results were still from when Biden was the presumptive Democratic nominee. Now we have Kamala Harris, and we're going to see if we can push back against those. I think we're gonna get dark blue there, and dark blue there, and we're gonna get dark blue there, and yeah, it's just there we go. All right, we got it. Easy.
And they said she was the worst of all. In other words, she was the worst out of the 10 people and her.
Mr. President, personally agrees to the ABC debate. Would you be willing just to do that one debate?
I don't know how that's going to work out. We'd like to do 3 debates. We think we should do 3 debates. We think Fox and ABC, and we also have CBS is going to do the vice presidential debate. So CBS will do vice presidential, and I have to tell you, J.D. Vance has really stepped up. He's doing a fantastic job.
Oh, sorry. Just a reminder that on the other side of the political aisle, proud to be Kamala Harris's running mate and unofficial campaign photographer. Doing a little T-Rex pose here. South Carolina just went blue, folks. The fact they're really getting at Die Workwear put out a thread on this, but Tim Walz is wearing workwear all up and about the place, you know? I hate the dress sneakers, but apart from that, these are utility pants. And he wears, like, chambray shirts, I think? I mean, he doesn't... He's leaning into it, is what I mean. It looks good.
Say it.
Are you worried at all about the size of Harris's crowds?
Oh, give me a break. Listen, I had 107,000 people in New Jersey. You didn't report it. I'm so glad you asked. What did she have yesterday? 2,000 people? If I ever had 2,000 people, you'd say my campaign is finished. It's so dishonest, the press. And here's a great example.
No, that stung him. Oh, yeah, no, he has always lied massively about the number of people who attend his rallies, which I saw this clip on Twitter, so we're going to get it.
I had in Michigan recently, 25,000 people, and 25,000 people we just couldn't get them in. We had in Harrisburg, 25,000 people, and 20,000 people couldn't get in. We had so many. Nobody ever mentions that.
No, he didn't. Again, if you ever see any pictures or video footage of the rallies that he holds, we're talking about a lot of them are in the hundreds. Even the larger ones that he holds inside, he never fills up the stadium. There are always empty seats.
When she gets 1,500 people, and I saw it yesterday on ABC, which they said, oh, the crowd was so big. I have 10 times, 20 times, 30 times the crowd size.
30
no,
times?
They never say the crowd was big. That's why I'm always saying turn around the cameras. I'm so glad you asked that. I think it's so terrible when you say, well, she has 1,500 people, 1,000 people, and they talk about, oh, the enthusiasm. Let me tell you, we have the enthusiasm. The Republican Party, and me as a candidate, but the Republican Party has the enthusiasm.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm remembering this particular news story where Donald Trump claimed that this rally had 60,000 people in it. This one. In Dayton, Ohio. He claimed this was 60,000 people. Not even half. Not even a tenth. This is at most 2,000. Maybe 3, maybe some people pouring out a little bit here, but looks like it peters out right around here. So no, 2 or 3. He loves doing that shit. Hold on. He did this at South Carolina, too. I'm trying to find a big photo of it. I can't. Damn it. He loves doing this shit, man.
Because people want to see crime stopped. They want to see a country that's respected. Think of it. If I were president, you wouldn't have Russia and Ukraine, where it never happened. 0 chance. You wouldn't have had October 7th of Israel. You wouldn't have the horrible withdrawal. And I don't mean the withdrawal, because the withdrawal was fine. I was ready to withdraw from Afghanistan, and we were going to do it with dignity. And
except he delayed the date of withdrawal to after his administration. You know, classic bit. I was ready to, but I delayed it for years so that someone else could handle it. Don't get it. If he had won in 2020, he would have delayed it further. 100% he would have. He would have delayed it further.
strength. And we were keeping our equipment. We weren't leaving $85 billion worth of equipment behind. And we wouldn't have had 13 great soldiers. I know the families of those soldiers well. We wouldn't have had these soldiers killed. And we wouldn't have had 45 soldiers obliterated. No legs, no arms, the face. None of that would have happened. And you wouldn't have had inflation. You wouldn't have had any inflation because inflation was caused by their bad energy problems. Now they've gone back to the Trump thing because they need the votes. I don't know if you know, they're drilling now because they had to go back because gasoline was going up to $7, $8, $9 a barrel. So they said, we better do what Trump did the day after the election. If they won.
Oh, hold on now. $7, $8, $9 a barrel. That's a little deflationary, I'd say.
You're going to have fuel prices go through the roof. Everybody's going to be forced to buy an electric car, which they're not going to do because they don't want that. It's got a great market. It's got a market. It's really a sub-market. People want gasoline-propelled cars. They want hybrids. They want to have everything, and they want electric. But they want everybody to have an electric car. We don't have enough electricity. We couldn't make enough electricity for that.
Incredible. I was wrong. He's too funny. He does deserve to be president again, I think. You know? I'd say so.
And you know what else? The weight of a car, the weight of a truck. They want all trucks to be electric. Little things that a lot of people don't talk about. The weight of a truck is 2.5 times heavier. You would have to rebuild every bridge in this country if you were going to do this ridiculous policy.
Donald Trump sounds the way you guys sound when you've gone on a binge of YouTube video essays on technical topics and you arrive at the conversation with a lot of confidence and a very poor understanding of what you just watched. You know? Like, literally, like, it's like the Joe Rogan thing where the last time he got any info on the topic, he's like, oh, yeah, that, you know?
So, but on crowd size, in history, for any country, nobody's had crowds like I have, and you know that. And when she gets 1,000 people and everybody starts jumping, you know that if I had 1,000 people would say, that's the end of his campaign. I have hundreds of thousands of people.
I'm pretty sure he literally wasn't 1,000 around the people who attended the rally where he got shot at. Why am I blank? What was the city that he got shot at again? What was the city? Help me. Butler? Thank you. 1 second. It's hard to get any photos that aren't these god-awful, like, fisheye view. It's not that many people. Here, I can get a better photo than this. Hold on. The fisheye lens thing gives the effect of there being more people than there actually are, because it forces depth at the corners of the image. Here, like, look at the difference between this, right? And it's like, oh wow, that's a lot of people. You know, that's a significant number of people. And then this, which is a totally different venue because Google sucks, but you can tell it's like, oh wait, hold on. Where's the damn missing the point here. It's not a lot of people. Yeah, the wide field of view thing. Here? Listen? Yeah. No, but that's not the rally. Why is it so hard to find pictures of this? Huh. Whatever.
South Carolina had 88,000 people. No. In Alabama, I had 68,000 people. Nobody says about crowd size with me. But she has 1,000 people or 1,500 people, and they say, oh, the enthusiasm.
Again, like he's off by like a multiple of 20 or 30 on these.
No. The enthusiasm is with me and the Republican Party because they want to stop crime. They want to stop people from pouring into our country from places unknown and from countries unknown. From countries that nobody ever heard of.
Countries unknown.
That's where the enthusiasm.
Mars countries.
Yeah.
Get those two, you could seal the deal. That's what they say. How important
Yeah.
is it to you, and is it salvageable for you to be able to repair the relationship with Governor Kemp?
I don't know. I don't know if I can or not. I got him elected. Without me, he wouldn't be governor. I got him elected. He was doing terribly. I got him elected. With that being said, I hope we can repair it, but if we don't, the people are still the people, and they're going to vote. We're leading in Georgia by a lot. We're leading in Pennsylvania by a lot. So, but I don't know. Now, in Pennsylvania, I have great relationships. In Georgia, I do too, but unfortunately not with the governor. I've never understood it. When you get somebody elected, they're supposed to like you. He's not exactly...
He doesn't like the governor of Georgia. I strongly encourage him to keep beefing with the governor of Georgia. Please, God, I'm encouraging you to continue posting this shit. Please, get in loud arguments with the governor of Georgia. Get shit talk the very popular Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania. I'm begging you, please, in these key states. As your campaign manager...
for some reason, and you'll have to ask him about that. Yeah, I'd love to see it get repaired. I think that if we don't win Georgia, Georgia is a big win, is a big state. So I won Alabama by a record. Nobody's ever gotten that many votes. I won South Carolina by a record. You don't win Alabama and South Carolina by records and lose Georgia. It doesn't happen.
You do, actually, because Alabama and South Carolina don't have Atlanta.
And the people of Georgia understand that. There was tremendous anxiety and problems in Georgia. A lot of people say, what happened? And we have to, all we want is honest elections. If we have honest elections in Georgia, we have honest elections in Pennsylvania.
Remember, he has called out by name and praised the Georgia state electors, 3 of whom on a board of 5 are introducing new rules that are intended to allow them to dispute electoral results based on the vibe, based on whether or not they think they appear credible. He's like in Georgia right now, their plan is not to win by votes. It is to have indefinite contentions by 3 out of the 5 officials on the elector board. Is that not illegal? I mean, they just made it the law. They just passed the policy.
We're going to win them by a lot.
Actually, I think you could make a fair dispute on constitutional grounds there. I'm not entirely sure. You'd have to read an article from a lawyer.
Well, he actually said it 2 ways. First, he said it incorrectly, then he corrected himself. Do you agree with that, right? You know, if you watch him, he said it 2 ways. No. I mean, he said it 2 ways because he doesn't really know what he's saying. Why didn't he bring it up at the debate? You know, he had a chance for 90 minutes to bring it up at the debate.
That's not a law. That's a rule they've introduced. Yeah, but the law gives states a lot of power in deciding how their own elections are managed. It would depend on whether or not there was a legal pretext for a state to have the ability to use the perspective of a state elector official as pretext for re-examining the votes, which could or could not be an interference with the unalienable right for Americans to vote, which already is very alienable in a lot of contexts because we have a shitty country. So, yeah, I don't know. Again, I'm not a lawyer.
He could have talked about that at the debate, and he didn't do it. Everyone said, oh, he said this and he said that. He's just, you know, they give him something to read off. He read it very badly because he actually said it the opposite. Then he had to go back and correct himself. He said the opposite. He should have brought this up at the debate. If he had a problem, of course there'll be a peaceful transfer. And there was last time, and there'll be a peaceful transfer. I just hope we're going to have honest elections. That's all, okay?
There was not a peaceful transfer. There's actually a coup attempt on the Capitol. Not many people know about this incident, January 6th, but that did happen, and it wasn't peaceful. A person died. Not a very good person, though, and she kind of earned it, you know, by trying to break into the Capitol building. She's in hell now, but a person did die. Wasn't peaceful. Also, the Trump campaign didn't supply any information to the Biden team. Or sorry, the Trump team didn't supply any info to the Biden team as he came in on, you know, January 20th, 2020. Like, for the first time in, I think, American history, the Biden team came in blind. They weren't, like, coached on or given all the information. They had to kind of piece it together after they came in.
We have not had a public campaign event for nearly a week now from Arlington, Montana, which is not a swing state. Some of your allies have expressed concern that you're not taking this race seriously, particularly...
What a stupid question this is.
Enthusiasm on the other side.
because I'm leading by a lot and because I'm letting their convention go through, and I am campaigning a lot. I'm doing tremendous amounts of taping here. We have commercials that are at a level I don't think that anybody's ever done before. Plus, in certain cases, I see many of you in the room where I'm speaking to you on phones, I'm speaking to radio, I'm speaking to television. Television's coming over here. Excuse me, what are we doing right now? She's not doing any news conference. You know why she's not doing it? Because she can't do a news conference. She doesn't know how to do a news conference. She's not smart enough to do a news conference. And I'm sorry, we need smart people to lead this country because our country's never been in this danger before, both economically and from an outside perspective. Russia doesn't respect us anymore. China doesn't respect us anymore. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, liked me a lot. He doesn't like this group. We are in great danger. We're in great danger of being in World War III. That could happen. No, after their convention, yeah. And I'm going out, actually, I'm going out to certain places to help certain senators get elected. Not even for me. I'm trying to help when I go out to Wyoming or when I go out to Montana, or I'm going to different places to help people. And I don't have to go there because I'm leading those states, as you know, by 35, 40, 50 points. I'm leading by record numbers.
Welcome back, Assad.
I'm going because I want to help senators and congressmen get elected. Congressmen and women get elected. Yes, please. Yeah, go ahead. The upcoming what? Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Elon Musk. So, yeah, sure. So Elon called me. As you know, he endorsed me full-throated. Great endorsement. I respect Elon a lot. He respects me. And not easy for him to endorse, to be honest with you. You know, it takes courage to endorse.
I can't wait for their interview on Monday because I have to assume it's going to go really badly. The energy is going to be terrible. They don't like each other. Elon, as we know, is a whimpering little cuckboy who will do anything for attention and approval. Trump actually has a spine and can revel in the booze at times, you know? But Trump doesn't like Elon because he's a whimpering bitch boy, you know? So I think, I don't know. Oh, man.
Many people have courage and many people don't. He does have courage. And Elon endorsed me, and he asked me whether or not I'd do a show on Monday, and I think it's going to be Monday night. And I believe he's the host of the show.
Not to mention Elon backed out of the promised 180 million. Not to mention they've beefed before. Not to mention. Like, can you imagine them interacting with each other in a room, man? Like, I don't know. I can't wait. I'm so excited.
So it'll be very interesting. A lot of people are talking about it. I look forward to it. That'll be done on Monday night.
What do you think social media companies in America should do to combat potentially misinformation spread by the Chinese people?
Well, you have a lot of misinformation spread about China, and you have a lot of misinformation spread about a lot of different places. I think I'm going to get along great with China. President Xi of China and I were very good friends. We met right here, right in that, except we had a beautiful sofa there, as opposed to what we have right now. Right now we have you. But President Xi and I had a very good relationship until COVID. And I held him responsible for COVID. It broke up our relationship. But I think we're going to have a great relationship. And I think it's going to be mutually beneficial. But we cannot have it where China is taking advantage of the United States.
He's such a queen.
And that's what they were doing, as you very well know. Yes, please.
Mr. President, you just said that there was a peaceful transfer of power last time when you left office. You didn't concede January 6th was a violent attack. How is that a peaceful transfer of power?
What's your question?
My question is, you think that last time there was a peaceful transfer of power when you left office?
No, I think the people that, if you look at January 6th, which a lot of people aren't talking about very much, I think those people were treated very harshly. When you compare them to other things that took place in this country where a lot of people were killed, nobody was killed on January 6th. But I think
I've seen some people on the right mad about this because them whining about Ashley Babbitt getting got. They've been doing that for years, you know. It's crazy. This is easily worse than when Joe Biden clearly misspoke and he said no one died in Afghanistan on my watch, which I mean I assume what he meant by that is like in direct combat engagements, not during the pullout or whatever. At least 5 people died. Yeah. There was that guy who tased himself in the balls and then died, right? J6 taser balls heart attack. Fact check. Alabama man at Capitol riot died from a heart attack. And what did he do before the heart attack? Suffered a heart attack after leaving a taser in his pants, accidentally triggering it when he was attempting to steal a portrait in the Capitol. He repeatedly tased himself in the scrotum until he suffered a fatal heart attack. I'm sorry. But did not tase himself. In the midst of the excitement, suffered a heart attack. She added her husband was a Trump advocate. He was excited to attend the event, but he was not there to participate in violence or rioting. So why should we take her word for it? He wasn't there to participate in violence or rioting, and yet he was a January... I mean... I think he tased himself in the balls and died of a heart attack.
I think that the people of January 6th were treated very unfairly, and they were there to complain, not through me. They were there to complain about an election. And, you know, it's very interesting. The biggest crowd I've ever spoken to, and I said peacefully and patriotically, which nobody wants to say, but I said peacefully and patriotically. The biggest crowd I've ever spoken to, and you've seen, Maggie, I was at the mall. I was at the Washington Monument. I was at the whole thing. I had crowds. I don't know who's ever had a bigger crowd than I have, but I had it many times. The biggest crowd I've ever spoken before was that day. And I'll tell you, it's very hard to find a picture of that crowd. You see the picture of a small number of people relatively going to the Capitol, but you never see the picture of the...
Can you imagine it? Like, it's like being in Germany and he's bragging about how many people were at the beer hall putsch. Like, he's not just bragging about the rally size of his speeches. Now he's bragging about it at J6.
Crowd, the biggest crowd I've ever spoken. I've spoken to the biggest crowds. Nobody's spoken to crowds bigger than me. If you look at Martin Luther King, when he did his speech, his great speech, and you look at ours, same real estate, same everything, same number of people. If not, we had more. And they said he had 1 million people, but I had 25,000 people. But when you look at the exact same picture, and everything's the same because it was the fountains, the whole thing, all the way back to from Lincoln to Washington, and you look at it, and you look at the picture of his crowd, my crowd.
As your campaign manager, I am encouraging you to continue posting this shit. Please, God.
We actually had more people. They said I had 25,000, and he had 1 million people.
Please,
and
please,
I'm okay with it because I liked.
Please keep
Dr.
it up.
Martin Luther
Black
King.
voters
Yeah,
love this shit,
please.
man. Please, God.
Yeah, sure. We have a constitution. It's a very important document, and we live by it.
I'm always, hold on, just sort of like for the historical record, because I really don't feel like I need to explain how funny it is that he's comparing his January 6th crowd size to MLK's I Have a Dream speech. But these are from Reuters. This is Trump's inauguration in 2017. This was Barack Obama's in, I think, 2009. That's a classic one. That's a classic distinction right there. And I Have a Dream crowd size. It's true that there aren't actually, to my knowledge, that many photos of the total crowd at Donald Trump's speech before J6, like before he led everyone to the Capitol. But it's not that many people. It's really just not. For the I Have a Dream speech, they got a lot of folks out there, you know? I don't even know. I mean, it's difficult to even find photos that capture it all. Those idiots hadn't even invented drones back then, if you can believe it. But they filled up the Capitol Mall. I mean, they filled it up. Donald Trump couldn't even fill up his inauguration, so you can take from that what you will. But he has never gotten over this. Genuinely, it was this along with instigatory comments made by Obama after Donald Trump led the birther movement during his presidential term. This is the stuff that always gets under his skin. He never gets over it. He's never gotten over it. This is why I say that it's so important to make fun of him, to make fun of fascists generally, because he cannot handle the idea that a black man could bring out more people to attend a rally than him. That's the reason why he's obsessed with Obama. That's the reason why he brought up Martin Luther King Jr., you know? Completely obsessed with it.
He has no votes, and I'm very happy to run against her. I'm not complaining from that standpoint.
I've read Republicans claiming that was a pick from earlier in the day, that it's bad faith. Is this true, not American here? No. It's not true. They're just coping.
And I hate to be defending him, but he did not want to leave. He wanted to see if he could win. They said, you're not going to win. After the debate, they said, you're not going to win. You can't win. You're out. And at first they said it nicely, and he wasn't leaving. And then you know it better than anybody. Wait a minute. So when you think about it, they said at first they were going to go out to another vote. They were going to go through a primary system, a quick primary system, which it would have to be. And then it all disappeared, and they just picked a person that was the first out. She was the first loser. Okay, so we call her the first loser. She was the first loser when. During the primary system. During the Democrat primary system, she was the first one to quit, and she quit. She had no votes, no support, and she was a bad debater, by the way, very bad debater. And that's not the thing I'm looking forward to, but she was a bad debater. She did obviously a bad job. She never...
Oh, yeah. The term alternative facts was literally coined by Kellyanne Conway to defend the Trump team's statements about his inauguration rally size. That's literally the origin for it. A phrase used by U.S. Counselor to the President Kellyanne Conway during a Meet the Press interview on January 22nd, 2017, in which she defended White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer's false statement about the attendance numbers of Donald Trump's inauguration as President of the United States. When pressed during the interview with Chuck Todd to explain why Spicer would utter a provable falsehood, Conway stated that Spicer was giving, quote, alternative facts. Todd responded, look, alternative facts are not facts, they're falsehoods. And that went on to, like, partially define the entire... The entire, like, Trump presidency. It was literally, alternative facts was coined on day 2 of the administration.
Made it to Iowa. Then for some reason, and I know he regrets it, you do too, he picked her, and she turned on him too. She was working with the people that wanted him out. But the fact that you...
Oh, sorry. There's a good photo of MLK's march. God damn. Okay, so I saw a good photo. There we go. A lot of people like this MLK guy, apparently. I'm just hearing about this.
You can get no votes, lose in the primary system. In other words, you had 14 or 15 people. She was the first one out. And that you can then be picked to run for president? It seems to me actually unconstitutional. Perhaps it's not. Please. So I've run against Hillary, and I've run against various other people. I would say that in terms of intelligence, Hillary was far superior. I would say that. Hillary was smart. She was her own worst enemy in many ways, but she was smart, very smart. Okay? If you ask me to compare them. Please.
You speak out in position on voting that was probably more popular with general election voters than many of your Republican primary opponents did, leaders in states. Given that that's your position, how do you plan to vote in Florida
Would you repeat that question, please?
Oh, Iman Khalif won in women's boxing. I got copyright claimed for 2 seconds of Olympic footage playing the last time I showed her. Congratulations. Woke Algeria wins again.
You have to speak up. Yes, sir. It's a hard room because it's very big, if you know. So this is worth $18 million. Oh, I see.
That was probably more popular with general election voters than many of your Republican rivals in the primary. You said leave it to the states. Given that Florida is a state voting on it,
He's iconic.
how do you plan to vote? Do you plan?
So I think the abortion issue has been very much tempered down, and I've answered, I think, very well in the debate, and it seems to be much less of an issue, especially for those where they have the exceptions, as you know. And
Please
I
keep
think
posting the shit.
when I look, for 52 years, they wanted to bring abortion back to the states. They wanted to get rid of Roe v. Wade, and that's Democrats, Republicans, and independents. And
That's so true, man. Democrats wanted to get rid of Roe v. Wade. That's so true. Me, when I preside over maybe one of the most politically disastrous, with me when the consequences are looming in the re-election. I lost in 2020. Now Roe v. Wade's been overturned. We got it going for 2024. I think the reason he's saying it's not a big deal is because he's repeating what his campaign team is reassuring him of. His campaign team has been telling him, yeah, don't worry about the abortion stuff. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You know, don't talk about it. Play moderate. You know, you're not associated with Project 2025. Don't worry about it. And he's just repeating that. Please continue.
Everybody, liberals, conservatives, everybody wanted it back in the states, and I did that. Now the states are voting. And frankly, some of the votes are much more, if you could say, liberal than you would think. Ohio turned out to be, they had a big vote, and it turned out to be a much more liberal standing than people would have thought. Kansas, the same thing. And then you have Texas, and you have other places where it may be different. But the issue has been brought back to the states now. And like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly. I think that that's a very important thing. I think when you have to follow your heart. But when you don't believe in the exceptions, I think it's much tougher. It's a much tougher issue. But about 82% of Republicans do believe in exceptions. I think and a lot of them are changing their mind and coming even further. I think that abortion has become much less of an issue. It's a very small, I think it's actually going to be a very small issue. What I've done.
Abortion is the #1 issue on which voters lean left. Like when you ask voters, even Republican voters, which of the two sides do you think is better on abortion? They know who to answer on. Like it's the furthest slant of any major issue that they get asked on. This is incredibly funny.
I've done what every Democrat and every Republican wanted to have done, and we brought that issue back to the states. And now the states are voting on it. And frankly, some of the votes are a lot different than people would have thought. But it's the vote of the people is taking care of it. And, you know, when you think about the Democrats are really the radical ones on this because they're allowed to do abortion on the 8th and 9th month and even after birth. If you look at your new
That's very real.
Governor from Minnesota, he's talking about, he's like the governor previous, the former governor. I don't want to get him mixed up because Glenn is doing a good job and he's leading our whole campaign in Virginia, Glenn Youngkin. But previous to Glenn, the governor, he said the baby will be born, we will put the baby aside, and we will decide with the mother what we're going to do. In other words, whether or not we're going to kill the baby. The Minnesota gentleman,
82%. Where do the numbers come? I don't have to like debunk this, do I? My God.
This guy agrees with that. He is the most liberal. Look, between her and him, there's never been anything like this. There's never been a combination. So I'll use the word progressive. You know, they want to go progressive. They don't like the word liberal. I like liberal better. I think it's more appropriate because nobody knows what progressive means. But they now like to use the word progressive. But there's certainly never been anybody so liberal like these two, or even close. I think the abortion issue has been taken down many notches. I don't think it's a big factor anymore, really. And when people hear what I said in the debate, and I think I said it very well during the debate, we brought it back to the states. Everybody wanted it in the states. And very importantly, and you think about this.
You might note, by the way, that Trump is doing something here that I've previously criticized Joe Biden for, which is rather than making the case for why what he's doing is good, he's just telling people that they do like what he did. Remember? I specifically criticized Joe Biden for doing this, and now Donald Trump is doing it on the abortion issue. He's not saying, you know, we're going to rally together and do X, we're going to do Y, we did this, we're doing this. It's not enthusiastic or informative. It's just like, yeah, actually everyone likes what we did, which doesn't work. No, that's not an effective campaign strategy at all. But he also can't take the aggressive affirmative position on this because in reality, people don't like Roe v. Wade being overturned. So he's in this awkward position of he's acknowledging it, but he can't really take credit for the thing that people don't like. He just has to pretend that they did like it.
Assuming you have exceptions. If you don't have exceptions, it's a more difficult thing. At the same time, there are people that strongly feel that way, and you have to follow your heart, and you should follow your heart. But that issue is very much subdued. Yeah, thank you. About who?
About the assassination attempt.
Yes.
Did the fact that somebody used an AR-15 gun at all change your impression of people's access to that weapon?
No, I didn't. Look, if you take away guns, she wants to take away everyone's gun. If you take away guns, you can't do it because people need the guns for protection. Now, entertainment, they want it, hunting, they want, different things. But they need weapons for protection in this country. Mm-hmm. People live out in the woods and they're not going to have a gun.
Bears?
If you look at some countries, I don't want to get them in trouble, but some countries have actually gone the opposite way. They had very strong gun laws, and now they have gone the opposite way, where they allowed people to have guns, where in one case they encouraged people to go out and get guns, and crime is down 29%. And remember this, what is the toughest gun law in the United States? Chicago.
That's a city,
on
not
July
a law.
4th,
That's
117 people were shot and 17 died. The toughest gun laws in the United States are in the city of Chicago. You know that. They had 117 people.
Well, the mass shooting with the most casualties in American history was in Las Vegas. Nevada does not have very strong gun laws.
People shot. Afghanistan does not have that. Afghanistan, by the way, was the lowest point in the history of our country, in my opinion. That was the worst embarrassment to the history of this country, and I say Putin would not have gone into Ukraine if that didn't happen. When he saw the incompetence of Milley and all these guys that are incompetent, when he saw that happen, when they took out the soldiers first, they took out the soldiers first. You know, if you go back and check your records, for 18 months, I had a talk with Abdul. Abdul was the leader of the Taliban, still is. But I had a strong talk with him. For 18 months, not one American soldier was shot at or killed, but not even shot at. 18 months, and then we had the disaster of the lift.
Okay, hold on. I feel like now that we're back in the talking points, we've arrived at him just saying provably objectively false things. You know what I mean? I didn't realize that I was this late in the stream. It's 2:40. I think the essential energy of the press conference has been captured in this moment. You know, I have a feeling that wasn't true. It wasn't true. Tweet from Trump's former White House communications director and press secretary saying the press conference was probably his idea. Read Trump's self-announced press conference today at 2 p.m. He's panicking. I've seen this play many times. I mean, this is my call. He thinks his team is failing him and no one can speak better / save his campaign / defend him but him. He hates the coverage Harris is getting and thinks only he can fix it. I will say, this is, if that was the intention, this has backfired remarkably because the only attention that I have seen this getting is negative. Comparing the January 6th insurrection crowd to Martin Luther King Jr.'s I Have a Dream speech crowd is a wild move that exceeds, I think, even the average Democrat's expectations for this man's mind. Truly incredible stuff. So I've only seen negative attention, really. Harris campaign with a lengthy response to Trump's, quote, very good, very normal press conference. Oh, are they just going with like a matter-of-fact point-by-point debunk sheet? That's actually pretty good. I like that. It's a lot more aggressive and confrontational. Oh, yeah, the drill tweet at the beginning. I saw that. Fucking drill tweet. And another thing, I'm not mad. Please don't put in the newspaper that I got mad. Very sassy with the response, which is good. Drill himself quoted this. Yeah, he did not like being included. But unfortunately, that's what mimetic shitposting is. You know, sometimes you get carried over the horizon a little bit farther than you expect to be carried. You know, that's how it is. Good tone in the response. I like that. Yeah, if this really is indicative of Donald Trump desperately trying to sort of like clamor for control over the narrative, it didn't work in his favor. It was pretty bad. I mean, yeah, it was pretty bad. Bad and sad. Bad and sad. You're trying to give me links as though I don't have to go soon. Folks, if you've enjoyed the stream, you're welcome. Subscribe. I'm going to read donos. I got to read donos. I got to read them. I got to go soon. Boski and Dylanunk, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Thanks, Dylanunk. I'm glad that I'm able to provide some entertainment. Cal Benui with the $5. Do you ever worry that GOP strategists or campaign advisors watch your stream to get insight into the left's thinking? No. Fascists are categorically incapable of understanding the way leftists think. They cannot imitate us. This is the reason why you see all the time on like social media, left-leaning people perfectly clocking right-leaning thoughts, thought processes, analysis, like the way they're going to follow through with something, like always able to figure that out. And the right can never do it back to the left. They're not capable of it. Yeah, self-awareness is the first thing you lose when you go down the right. Yeah, I could make a better argument for Trump than most Trump supporters. I could make a better argument for basically any right-wing position that they could. They're not good at what they do. The reason why they get, the reason why they're popular, the reason why they get attention, it's not because they're good at constructing arguments or good at analyzing the situation. It's because their talking points appeal to the weak. And a lot of people are weak in times of crisis. It's just that. Radio Vixen, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Ice BTS Fire, thank you for the $10. I'm happy that I'm able to dissuade you from dooming too much. Good luck with the LSAT. I'm wishing you luck, okay? Everyone in chat is wishing you luck. Mean Former, thank you for the tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. Not even a message to go along with it, just pure generosity. Thank you. Engels Wannabe and Soveball, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. Sure, Engels Wannabe. And, yo, Soveball. Having fun up there? Got the ice pick and everything. Hell yeah. God, that looks sick. Looking good up there at the top of the world. Wish Gender with the tier 1 sub, thank you. John Parvish, the tier 2 sub. Do you think Harris Walsh should discuss the false rumors? You mean the horse cum jokes? No. There's nothing to even, it's not a real attack or argument. It's literally just like them desperate to not look weird, so they're behaving in the least weird way they know how, which is horse cum jokes, you know? I make that look less weird. Nyan Ru, Laserdisc Disciple, and Official Stolas, thank you for the tier 1 subs all. Really appreciate that. Chicago's a lovely city. At least I've heard Official Stolas. I hope you enjoy it there. Very sorry to hear that you're stuck in Florida, Laserdisc Disciple. God willing, one of these days. And Nanru, happy to keep you from being doomer. Mars Harbor, thank you for the $5. Democratic culture is the difference between writing to your representative if you hit a pothole versus sighing and emanating Hitler particles / paying a bribe. I mean, that is part of it. Keep in mind, America does not have a very strong democratic civil society. You know, we don't believe much in our local government, which is unfortunate. Alloy and Georgia's Thee, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Really appreciate those. Theo LA and Superfly TNT, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Thank you, Theo. It's very kind of you. Cal Benoit with the $10. Is there a way to request your editors add a link to the VOD your segment videos are coming from? Nope. We don't want you watching VODs, silly, where ads are turned off often. We want you watching videos. I sometimes want to see the segments in context. You got to go VOD digging for that one. But usually videos are out within a few days of the VOD, sometimes the same day. So, you know, you're in the same ballpark, you know? Got to fight for it. Benjamin Bilbert Liff, thank you for the $5. Roy Martini, thank you for the $20 and 24 cents. Thank you. Relatively new to your streams, keep fighting the good fight. You're the only streamer my partner enjoys when I'm watching. Well, I'm very happy to be rizzing you both, okay? I wouldn't want to only rizz one of you. Excuse me, sorry. Very hungry. I wouldn't want to only rizz one of you. You know, I want to put the effort in. I appreciate it. And thank you also for the tier 1 sub. My goodness. Y'all being very kind to me today. Bosky, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Have to say, I rarely follow U.S. politics, but if I do, like today, I tend to look you up. Not on fire yet. Thanks to the gifted tier 1 sub. Mad Max 92, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Crazy how close the polling can be with how shit Trump is. Hey, listen, okay? Like I said, polling is devilish by nature. Of course it's going to be shit. We'll see how it is. Okay? We gotta wait. Gotta wait for it to pan out. Loquacious Lobotomite, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Look at my art, bonsai, and skull chat on the subjectivity of art. Oh, how beautiful. I don't have a green thumb, but everyone likes looking at bonsai trees. Those look really nice. I don't think I've ever seen a bonsai tree that has this kind of leaf pattern. I see the wire wrapping around to direct its growth. Oh, you're really in it. You're in the medium, you know? How pretty. Very, very nice. Sadly, I don't have much of a green thumb myself, but if I did, I would love to have a bonsai tree. Maki of Spring, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Outer God Vaush, Born from Destiny, Lord of Horses, Topper of Bottoms, the Great Ameliorator. I do love ameliorating, bad as I am at it sometimes. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I'm only here for the every 8 months OKBV segments. Well, you know, it just makes them all the better while they cook. Waba Jack and Nibore, thank you for the 5 both. I really appreciate that. Fun fact, the piss constant. New law of urination. Mammals take 20 seconds to pee. I can easily pee for more than 20 seconds. That's just, you know, a skill difference. And I'll try to, Nibore. Yam Salad, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I have heard that song and dance, but it still means a lot whenever I hear that I've been able to help somebody. Thank you. Royal Tethocrat, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Thank you for paying the sub tax after watching since 2020. I appreciate that as well. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Why doesn't anyone get it? JD Vance wants to be the couch, not fuck the couch. You ever go on a Grindr date and you think it's going to be normal and the other person turns out to be into like dehumanization, but literally or something, like they want to be a footrest? Me neither. Wild folks out there, I tell you. Rinio Wu, I'm glad you were able to touch grass. Get on out there. Sake, thanks the 5 tier 1 subs. Donald Trump thinks he had more people in his crowd because he doesn't see race and therefore cannot see all the black people in the crowd. Very possibly. I actually think one of the reasons for it is because he just takes the highest number that anyone throws at him about the number of people who may or may not have been there at any point in time and runs with that. Like if somebody says, we had a total turnout of 100,000 people in the city, what he hears is they were at the rally, when what was actually being said was, you know, maybe there were that many people in total passing through the city in that day or that week, or maybe just somebody lies to him and he runs with it. I mean, that could also be possible. I don't know. It's not based in reality. Sanguine Shasa with the $5. Is there a rationalist explanation for the right's anti-abortion stance? Is it a socioeconomic need to raise birth rates to sustain surplus labor? Nope. There are better ways to raise birth rates. You just need to subsidize child care costs. That pays back for itself. They do it to control women. Nobody has a deeply seated emotional desire to raise birth rates. In reality, nobody cares. There are many people in this country who have a deeply seated emotional desire to control women. And opposing the right to an abortion is a huge part of that. The more women are slaves to their reproductive capacity, the less they're able to take care of themselves. Whimsical, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Chicano Watts, thank you for the $5. Sorry to hear you didn't enjoy or even watch the stream. You know, frankly, me either. You've got good taste. And Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Did White Nervosa ever implement that chat command for mods to clip things and send timestamps to your editors? Actually, the issue we're having right now is I have the option turned on for you to clip my YouTube videos, which you can do for a lot of YouTube channels, but for some reason, it's not letting that happen with my channel. I don't know why. I have it turned on in the settings. There's nothing wrong on the back end. But if you go to a video of mine and you go the little ... you know, it says save as or whatever. There's nothing there that says you can clip from the channel, which would be nice because I'd like you guys to be able to do that easily so you can post my clips on social media to show everyone how cool and handsome and smart and wise and, you know, elsewise virtuous I am. But I don't know why it's not working. Tweet YouTube creators. I don't want to tweet off my main account, Tempest. I'll do it sometime soon. Bosky with the $5. I have no interest in listening to another Kamala stump speech, though if anything interesting happens, I'll see it on Twitter later tonight. Also, I have a hot date. Let me read the super chats. Super chat. Super chat. Again? Yeah. I mean, ideally, you go on multiple. If you can manage it, I mean, you know, I'm not... Get it, Vosh? Thank you, I will. Protorock, thank you for the $5. Let's go, Clarence Thomas being referred to Department of Justice. They're not going to do shit. Yeah, they've been rustling this up for a while. The call was a month ago, but it was just a call. It wasn't like an actual... I don't know. Sogoma and Atheist Jewish Messiah, thank you for the $2 both. If you touch your thermostat, you can summon Tim Walls. That's good. Darth Raven 178, thank you for the $5. Someone on Reddit says Ukraine is doing this to divert Russia's offensives against them by diverting resources to the Kursk incursion. I hope this delivers. Very possibly, you know, it's a totally different dynamic, fighting off people that are in your territory. Mr. Luster, thank you for the 700 RSD DIN. That is a currency. And the additional 1,000, my goodness, thank you, thank you. Is USA better than Europe? Asking for a friend, Top V, also Slava Ukraine. Also asking for a friend, is USA better for queer people than Europe is? Okay, well, I don't know. RSA Din, what nation are you? Europe is a big place. It's a whole damn continent. You know that, right? You probably know that. Serbian dinar. Yes. America is significantly better, both in general and for queer people, than Serbia. I can say that pretty confidently. Now, Europe's a big place. I mean, there are parts of Europe that are going to be a lot better off, you know, for you. I think, but yeah, you know, I would say so. Go to Berlin. That's true. Berlin has never been the epicenter of a fascist movement. You should be fine there. Really, though, I hope you're doing well over there, you know? Never been to Serbia. I'm a spiritual ally of the Albanian people. Kosovo forever. Presumably you agree with me if you're interested in living somewhere better. I wish you the best of luck in the world. I am so hungry. Let me read these through. Thank you, really. Void Spot 0, thank you for the 5 Brazilian real. Chungus the Large, great. Thank you for the $5. Lenin the Idea versus Lenin the Man. True. Uncle Nerky with the 10 Canadian getting lost in the weeds, Vosh. This is when I was arguing about communism or Russia or worker councils or something. Juan and Uncle Nursky with the $5. It's like chai tea. Don't say tea. Chai means tea. Soviet anything means it took place within or as an apparatus of the Soviet Union. I actually will say chai tea because chai doesn't mean tea. Tea means tea. Chai means tea in a different language. This is America, motherfucker. I'll say chai tea if I want. I don't care. You know, I don't care. It's not my business. It's my country. Thank you. Brian Shockley, thank you for the 2 $10 donos. No amount of obliviousness would suffice. That make excuses called satire, yet I can't get cable with them calling money. These are both referential donos. You're referring to something that happened in the moment in the stream that you donated, but I only read these afterwards, so no amount of obliviousness would suffice. They would make excuses or call it satire. I don't know what that's about. Whatever you're saying, I agree with you. Unless what you're saying is wrong, covering my bases here, and then maybe I don't. You know? Just all the same, I appreciate the donos very, very much. Silhouetted Animator and Still Alive, thank you for the 5 both. Really appreciate that. Damned If You Do, thank you for the 5. Yeah, Trump does have a settlement named after him in the is it the West Bank? No, it's in the Golan Heights. Yeah. Wacky stuff. ML and Ben Holden, thank you for the 2 both. Really appreciate that. And Sarah Saunders, thank you for the 10 USD. Here to support your efforts to educate the proletariat. Well, actually, judging from the behavior of some of my consistent donors, I'm actually educating the bourgeois. But, you know, either way, I'm happy to be out here. Chicano Watts, thank you for the 5. I really appreciate that. No guarantee in the video? That's okay. We'll get you next time. All right, folks. I love you all very much. Wish me luck on my hot date. I'm going to send you guys over to who's live right now. I can't keep rating Hassan. You know, I don't want to give people the wrong impression here. I'm a heterosexual. I'm going to send you guys off to Alec Gunter. There we go. Let me throw you on over there, and I'll see you folks tomorrow, okay? Alec Gunter, where's the button? Da, 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 da. Is this the button? This is the button. All right. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you for the stream. I really appreciate it. Flew by real quick. Maybe a lot of that was just arguing with chat in good spirit and watching the disastrous Trump press conference. There's still so much I want to cover, you know? But it'll have to wait till tomorrow. Take care.